Good morning, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome here from Trakai, Lithuania. Day 5 of racing here at the World Rowing Under-19 World Championships, and today is finals day. The culmination of 4 days of hard racing. Yesterday we had a lot of the C and D finals and some of the best racing of the regatta so far with the thrilling semi-finals. Those semi-finals determined the crews racing in the A and B finals today. And just a quick reminder of the weather. Yesterday, lovely sunshine. Today we have overcast conditions with some sunny intervals. And it's good to know that due to the expected thunderstorms later this afternoon, the morning's B finals are starting a little bit earlier than originally planned. And we start sharp at 9 o'clock. The B finals is what we're concerned with this morning. We start with the first B final of the day. That is the B final of the under-19 women's pair. As you can see, a little bit of the fantastic backdrop here on the live stream from Lake Galve here in Trakai. Wonderful conditions here. We've seen some of the crews doing their warm-up paddles already this morning. As you can see here, that wonderful venue, and here is the timetable for this morning. As you can see, the first B final is that under-19 women's pair, and we go to the men's pair, the women's 4, the men's 4, and then we go through the bigger boats, so the women's and the men's quadruple sculls, then back to the double sculls. Then we have a small interlude of the single sculls before we go to the men's 8, the B final, because we have so many entries in that event, and then it is all about the A finals from 10 o'clock onwards. And we follow more or less the same procedure from the pairs all the way through the quadruple sculls, the double sculls, the women's 8, the men's 8, and of course the men's and women's single sculls. My name is Tim van Vliet. I'll be your commentator here on Finals Day in Trakai, and next to me, I'm very honored to have you with me here, Okne. You're a local rower. You know everything about this lake. A very warm welcome to you, and welcome to the live stream.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's very exciting to commentate such prestige competition, and yeah, it's gonna be an exciting day. We have a little bit of a headwind today, a little bit different than yesterday, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that may affect the times and stuff.
Yeah, so you mentioned that yesterday we had wonderful sort of tailwind conditions which helped the crews to propel their craft as quickly across the 2,000-meter course as possible. Today, headwind, but we discussed this earlier, I think, a little bit. So all the crews in that same headwind conditions. As you can see here, the first race already, you see here the women's pair, so it's 2 rowers, 1 oar each. From yesterday's semi-finals, this is the lineup for the B final. Denmark, France, and Germany, of course. Italy, the People's Republic of China, and Hong Kong, China are contesting places 7 to 12 overall here. And you can see them already poised at the start as we look at the German pair. Oh, here's the Danish pair to begin with. Nungard and Bosnes racing in lane number 1. Next to them, Germany, Barthelmes and Tetiva in the stroke seat. Here are the French pairing of Pividori and Ailey Labart. Labart being the closest to you, sitting in the stroke seat, and a little bit of pre-race conversion here between the Italian combination of Vittoria Cart and Sara Carriero. Here are Wu Si and Zhang Siyu from the People's Republic of China, and last but not least, Xi Yo-Yo and Lam Hoi Ling from the People's Republic of China. And that crew really poised, ready to go.
Yeah.
And the umpire doesn't wait around. We have the first race of finals day here at the Under-19 World Rowing Championships here in Trakai. And a good start all round. We have these lovely drone pictures here from the production team here. And you can see already that crew from Germany, the second crew from the right-hand side of the picture, making a very strong showing here in the early few strokes of the race.
Yeah, we can see that Germany, France, and Italy are holding quite the higher stroke rates, which is quite usual from Italy. We've seen a lot of high stroke rates from those crews all around. I think we need to also look out for Denmark. We raced Denmark in Poznan in under 23, and that team really showed up towards the end. They won bronze, so I think maybe we could look into the under 19s for the same thing.
Yeah, that might be true. You can see, or you may even be able to hear a little bit the wind picking up today here. Yesterday we had glassy conditions. Today the course is a bit more challenging, especially in the smaller boat classes. We discussed yesterday the pair is a difficult boat to row, but all these athletes are off to a good start here. And yeah, to come back to that Danish crew, of course, with Anna Bosnes in the stroke seat of Denmark. She is one of the athletes to watch. She has that little bit of under 23 experience already, and that crew is really motoring along. But we see here from the left-hand side, starting on the left, we have that German combination, Barthelmess and Tetiva. That crew really making a strong showing, and this is the pair from Germany that won the junior national championships. And they came together quite late as a pairing, but it really clicked. And I'm told they're not the most powerful athletes, although you wouldn't say that based on this picture. But they move the boat really, really efficiently, and they come across the first timing mark in just a shade under 2 minutes, followed by France, Italy, Denmark, the People's Republic of China, and Hong Kong, China. As you can see here, already stretching out to maybe a full length of clear water, perhaps a little bit more here, as we take a good look at the crew from Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, I think it's also worth to mention, like, the high stroke rate, 35, in this type of headwind isn't easy to sustain. But I think it's working for France and Germany especially.
Yeah, Germany really ticking it over, and we'll have a little look at the telemetry. You can see the rates there up at 35 strokes a minute, which is, I think, a decent mid-race pace. But as you mentioned, in these headwind conditions, that is quite challenging, and the crews may have sort of shuffled around a bit with the gearing on their oar. So you manipulate where the oar meets the rigger, and you have a little. Well, you can make it harder gearing, or a bit better gearing for you, and they're ticking it along quite nicely. And you can see by the graphic that they've opened up a 20-meter lead. And you can see the damage, a nice chevron formation. Denmark on the top of the picture. I think, well, in a battle with Hong Kong, China and the People's Republic of China for places 4, 5 and 6. But the top 3 starting to establish themselves into the second 500, with France and Italy still going toe-to-toe for places 2 and 3 at the moment.
Yeah, you can see there's maybe a little bit of chop coming from the south wind, but Germany's dealing with it very nicely.
Yeah, you can see how, well, one thing that sort of strikes me as they're approaching the halfway mark is that they look really dynamic. It looks really fast, and judging by the way they are moving, it doesn't look like they're rowing into a headwind. It's like really nicely ticking it along. And the other thing that really stood out, how level that boat is, how controlled that rhythm is from Mia Tevi in the stroke seat, and that's really, to me, that looks like a really sustainable rate all the way down the 2,000-meter course. France, you can see them in the middle of the picture here, now moving to the right-hand side. France, slightly more sort of heavy, the look of that rhythm. They're a little bit more emphasis on the arms, where you can see the German combination here really using that leg drive so very effectively, putting the knees down in perfect synchronicity, and they are moving that boat so smoothly in these conditions. But look at the speed from France. France now going for a little bit of a move here. The only crew higher than 14 kilometers an hour, and that is showing to me that they're going for a little bit of a change of gear, trying to shake off the Italians, and may even get closer to that German bow ball.
Yeah, you can see that the Germans are rowing less through maybe power, more through hanging their whole body weight on the oar, which is working in these conditions, whereas France is going for a more powerful and heavy rowing, which is working for them too. So I think it's also interesting to see how this boat class is so versatile. Like, you can row differently and still move the boat, and whatever works for you, for your crew. And I think the stroke seat is seeing that maybe for the Germans it's better to just hang their body weight on the oar, and for France it's better to just yank it. Or
Yeah, so the French are a bit more like explosive in the second half of the leg drive and they're opening up the rest of the body.
Yeah.
And they were getting a bit closer to this German combination. But they're still at a decent margin. It's still clear water, but I'd say the French, Pividori and Aili Labart in the bow and stroke seat respectively move really well, and I think they've closed the gap. I think they were more than 5 seconds down at 1,000. It's now less than 4. You can see it here on the graphic, 3.6 seconds, so that's a good third quarter by the French, and the Italians not really able to go with the French. Here we look at the crew from the People's Republic of China. They are more or less level with the Danish 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. And look at that bow ball here from the French on the right-hand side of your picture. A really strong push by the European silver medalist from France, and a little look of worry from Emma Barthelmess in the bow seat of that German pair. She'll be looking at the French and she'll know that they are coming towards them, and the speed difference isn't great, but the French definitely moving back at the Germans at the moment.
And this is where they can hear the grandstands already. They probably could hear them from 500 meters, but now I think this is gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, and you can see here that dynamic rhythm from the French with Manon, Aili, Labart. They're setting the pace at 37 strokes a minute, and it must feel great for that French pair knowing that they are clawing back that German pair, and the Germans not able to respond really. They're still at 36, 37 strokes a minute, and here you can see that it may even be close. The French have all the momentum at the moment.
Yeah, they're closing the gap. It was quite a lot. Now it's only down to 5 meters, 4 meters, and going back and forth. We could see a very exciting B final finish.
Yeah, the margin is shrinking. The Germans are still in the lead by the narrowest of margins. The French are going absolutely all out to get the win here in the B final, and they may get it across the line. It's less than a canvas right ahead of our commentary position. I think a little look again from the German bowwoman, but I think they've done just enough. Indeed, they have. I think Germany took the win in the B final, just ahead of the French. Italy will take third, and a great push from the People's Republic of China, Zhang and Wu, means that they will take fourth across the line. Denmark have shaken off the People's Republic, the Republic of Hong Kong, China, and who crossed the line sixth overall. But a fantastic first race here, the B final of that under-19 women's pair. And you can see here second place from France, and boy have they been in a race. Here are the Italians. I think third was the best result they could get here in this B final, but a great race and a decent margin back to the People's Republic of China, Denmark and Hong Kong, China.
Still very exciting. We can see by the times it's a heavy headwind, but very good racing from all crews.
Yeah, a great race, and with these headwind conditions, normally you'd see the gaps sort of become a bit bigger because it's a little, it's tougher to row in these headwind conditions. From the women's pair, we move straight to the next race, and that is the men's pair. Because of those thunderstorms, which are expected to arrive later today, we're on a slightly tighter schedule than we would have been. We are racing at 4 minutes or 5 minutes intervals. We have Spain, Canada, Hungary, Austria, Serbia and South Africa racing here. You can see the crew from Spain closest to the picture. This is a rerun of the start because the crews are already in the third quarter and approaching the 1500 meter mark. And the story of the race so far is that Serbia have really taken the initiative in this race, and going with them, it's the crew from Hungary as they approach 1500.
Yeah, and we can see it's very, very incredible the racing they're putting on in these conditions. We're approaching the last 500 and there's not big gaps, I'd say. Everyone's quite together. yes, Serbia is leading, but we need to look out for Hungary. They might be closing the gap here.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few sprints from the Hungarian team, notably yesterday in the semi-final of Barnabas Cup in the single, which got him an A-final place later today. But we ride here with the crew from Serbia, that is Milan Cetkovic and Stefanovic, also called Milan. They're racing with the bow number 5, and they've really gotten off well, and I think they're putting a little bit more distance, raising their game early, 38 strokes a minute from the Serbian pair, to go ahead of Top and Makai from Hungary. And you can see on the top-hand side, sandwiched in between them, the crew from Austria, Zenghauseren and Bertagnoli. They're third, and then there's a bit of a gap to South Africa, Canada and Spain, but a great race by Serbia.
Yeah, we can see Serbia is holding the highest speed for now. South Africa is also holding a very good speed.
Yeah, South Africa making a little bit of a move, but I think they left it just a bit too late. I love the style and the connection at the front end of the stroke by the crew from Serbia. You can really see the power they're putting down once those blades enter the water, and they keep a close eye on the crew from Hungary, but it's still open water coming towards the line, and they will take the win here.
And we can see South Africa creeping on Austria.
Yeah, a great finishing rhythm by Kyriazis and Jasson from South Africa, but too little too late. Fourth across the line they go, just behind the crew from Austria. On the far side, the Maple Leaves of Canada. That's the combination of Ashton Kidd and Lucas Riddle finish 5th overall, and 6th is that combination from Spain. And you can see here the Austrians emptied the tank completely. And you can see how much it takes out of these athletes to race hard across a 2,000-meter course. Here's the Serbians, Cetkovic and Stefanovic.
Very nice and fluid rowing, I'd say.
Yeah.
It was very nice to watch.
Yeah, really great style, and probably they weren't one of the quicker boats to qualify for this B final. Austria and Hungary were slightly quicker, but they made amends and proven to themselves that what they were capable of. Next race, under 19 women's 4, so we move to one of the bigger boats. We have the People's Republic of China racing together with Croatia, Ireland, France in the center lane, together with Spain, lane 5, and Austria in lane 6. And that race has started, and you can see here the replay of the start. I always love these moments where you can see everybody sort of really dialed in and focused on that very first stroke, and then once that buzzer goes, you unleash everything you have. This is the combination from the People's Republic of China, Yang Chen, Yuan and Yang in the stroke seat there. That crew is racing in one of the outside lanes on the right-hand side of this picture here, and the two lanes, lanes 2 and 3, Croatia and Ireland, going toe-to-toe here in the third quarter. We've just passed halfway, and it's Ireland leading ahead of Croatia and Austria.
Yeah, we can see Ireland, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the few boats with a bucket rig, meaning there's 2 people on the same side sitting next to each other. So that would be 2 and 3 seat in this boat. And some people think it's harder but faster. Some people just like how it's better run. Yeah. Yeah,
and sometimes the coaches also make the decision to put a bucket rig in. As you can see here, the 2 athletes in the middle of that boat rowing on the same side to sort of balance the boat, because sometimes the individual qualities of the athletes make a setup like this more preferable. The Irish, of course, are very disappointed to miss out on the A finals from the semis yesterday by 0.2 seconds. They were so close, and they were so disappointed to miss out on the A final, and they're here to make amends. But going with them is Croatia. Croatia not racing in the same semi-final. But they are making a good showing here, and they're making a great push, and they actually put their bow ball across the 1500-meter mark, just slightly ahead of the girls from Ireland.
Yeah, and there's also a fight going on between 3, 4, and 5. all being pretty close to each other. I think we need to also always look out for Austria and Austria and France. Maybe they will come closer to Spain, which is right now third.
Yeah, Spain sort of leading that trio of crews on the bottom side of the picture in the white boat, stroked by Maria Gomez Guerrero. As we look at the crew from Croatia,
I think they're having a little bit of steering problem.
Yeah, they are close. You can see how close they are to the boys, and that's a dangerous position to be in.
I even think the starboard oars are kind of in Ireland's lane, but they should be steering.
It's difficult to see. I think they are moving back into their lane, and they really stepped it up. The Croatians, they are the quickest boat out on the water at the moment. You can see that the Irish being rowed through and now being put in a world of hurt in this final bit of the race. You can see the Croatians still moving together. It's Stilin, Kric-Manic, Dragisic and Vismeg in the stroke seat. And they are rowing away from the Irish, who were leading this right up until the 1500-meter mark. But I think this is a defining move by the Croatians to win the B final. I don't think the Irish can put anything on the water to get them past the Croatians anymore. And a great sprint here between France and Spain. Spain really taking it up the gears, 42 strokes a minute, as the Croatians pass the finish line just ahead, or 3/4 of length ahead of Ireland. Then Spain keep that third position locked in at the finish. France fourth across the line, and then it's the combination from Ottesheim and Vienna from Austria across the line fifth, and the People's Republic of China outside of the picture, but across the line they go, 6 overall in the B final.
Yeah, and we could see the emotions from the Croatians, what it means to win this B final. It's such a competitive field, and it's impressive to be 7th overall. And
yeah, let's not forget, you're 7th in the world.
Yeah.
We're at World Championship, and for some of these athletes, this is the first race they have at this level. As we see a quick confirmation of the results of that B final. And for some athletes, this might be the start of their Olympic campaign in Brisbane, perhaps in 2032. Because I think LA 2028 might be just a bit too close around the corner for some of these athletes, but you never know. We've seen rapid progression through the age categories. As we move from the women's four to the men's four, we have Uzbekistan, Ireland, Turkey, Romania, Poland and Serbia at the start. You can see the crew from Uzbekistan closest to the camera position as they were got out of the blocks, as we ride with the crew from Turkey. Efe Kara there in the stroke seat, having a little look to his left and right. And it's that crew, the crew from Turkey, who are leading past 1,000 ahead of Romania, Poland, Serbia, Ireland and Uzbekistan. I was talking to somebody who was from Uzbekistan yesterday, and he was really amazed at the level of the Uzbekistani athletes, not really featuring in many B and A finals, but we're seeing a few crews from Uzbekistan in the A finals and indeed in this B final here. That four stroked by Ali Hamilov on the right hand side of this picture is doing very well here. They're keeping contact with the Irish to their left, but the race out in front is dominated so far by the crew from Turkey and the Romanian crew. I think now, if we're looking at them, the Romanians going for a little bit of a push.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to keep contact and also push their bow ball in front, which they seem to be closing the gap in front of Turkey. Turkey's having a great championship here. They're doing fantastic, and they did in Poznan at the under-23s as well. We saw some fantastic performances, namely in the smaller boat classes from Turkey. But this under-19 crew from Turkey is going toe-to-toe with, Romania, an established rowing nation, especially in the junior and under-23 categories. We see so many crews from Romania doing quite well, and of course also at the senior level, as we ride
side with the crew from Turkey. You can see the back of the bowman there, Ahmet Barka. He's racing on stroke side, as this is again a crew with a bucket rig, an
Same
Italian
goes
rig.
for Uzbekistan as well.
Yeah, and they have made that choice, and so far it's paying dividends. Romania slightly quicker at the moment, as we can take a look here at the crew from Poland, who are in position 3, just ahead of the Irish, who, well, seem to have shaken off the Uzbekistanis.
Yeah, in Turkey rating of 41, Ireland being at the highest at 42, but Romania is known to have a very good finish, so we could see some very exciting and close calls.
Yeah, the Romanians are known to take up the sprint well above 40 strokes a minute, but the crew from Turkey are not content with that sprint, and they raise it too. The Romanians are closing down on that bow ball from Turkey, but it might not be enough. They're pretty similar for speed. It's half a canvas coming towards the line. I think the crew from Turkey have done just enough, and indeed they have, to beat Romania on the line. Then it's Poland third across the line. The Irish found a little bit of pace in that second half of the race to finish 4th overall, ahead of Serbia and Uzbekistan complete the field.
Yeah, the Uzbekistan team has been training in Trakai for quite some time now. We've seen their progress, and I think it's great. They're such a strong team. We're also seeing such exciting racing from their women's pair, so far dominating the field. So yeah, and now we're gonna have women's quadruple sculls. Some familiar faces for me.
Yes, we'll sure talk about that. We have the B final of that women's quad. We have the People's Republic of China racing lane 1. Next to them, Lithuania, New Zealand. As you can see the graphic here, New Zealand, that's the lanes 1, 2, and 3. Then Italy, Ukraine, and the USA. And well, talk a little bit about that crew from Lithuania. It's a young crew.
Yeah, it is a very young crew. We have 2 girls, Jolanta Sinkevičiūtė and Divilė Binkytė being 2007, so this being their last junior year. But we have 2 young sisters, both 2010 and twins actually. They're young, they still have 2 more years to go. Such a powerful, a very, they have so much forgot the term, but they're a very, very strong crew, known to hold their bow ball in front for a really long time. They just missed out on the A final, but right now holding 3rd place, but we can see some exciting finishes from them.
I think in the semi-final yesterday, that crew from Lithuania really went out trying to keep as close to the front runners as was possible for them. And they managed to, I think, right up into 1,500 meters where they were, weren't able to maintain that high pace. The story of this B final so far is all about the crew from Italy. Not the quickest out of the blocks, though. That honor goes to the crew from New Zealand, racing in lane number 3. So that's one of the center lanes, easily spotted by the black uni suits. But the Italians really moving through. The Italians on time alone were the quickest to qualify for this B final, as we ride here with that crew from Lithuania.
Yeah, these girls train so hard. I've trained with Divilė, with the same coach, and the bow 3, both from, all 3 of them training with the same coach, also training so hard throughout the whole season. I'm rooting a lot for them. I wish I wish they would be closer.
Yeah, they are. Well, they're still in the mix. I think the Italians, you can see the Italians now stretching out a bit, coming towards the 1500 meter mark, nearly a full length ahead of the New Zealanders, the quick starting Kiwis.
But we can see Lithuania edging their bow ball closer and closer to New Zealand's bow ball.
Yeah, Lithuania on the top of the picture, right beside the All Blacks from New Zealand, and Romania, the crew from Ukraine also in the mix there. The only two crews not really in contact were the USA and the crew from the People's Republic of China. That's a young crew from China, also an untested crew who made their debut here earlier this week.
Yeah.
They're in sixth.
Yeah, that Lithuanian crew shows so much grit throughout their training, and I think they're going to have a spectacular sprint finish. Devila has a lot of energy she can put into the sprint finish, and she has great teammates behind her, very strong athletes, very, very young and perspective athletes. The two sisters actually doing very good numbers on the ergs, and 3-seed being such a powerhouse. I think Devila has the right team with her, and I just wish they would sprint. Yeah,
it's all about raising your game here. We're in the red buoy area, which denotes the final 250 meters. All rowers know this. It's less than a minute to go. The Italians are now being closed down by the Kiwis, who have gone for a big change of gear in the final 250 meters, and they may actually push through because the Kiwis are the quickest boat out on the water. Going with them, Lithuania and Ukraine. The Italians not able to respond. They're up at 40 strokes a minute, but the speed and power from the Kiwis is really showing through, and they're dead level coming across our commentary position. I think the Kiwis made that crucial move, and it's almost a quarter of a length now. Ukrainian quad going with them. The Kiwis take it on the line, winners of the B final, ahead of the spent Italians, who gave it their all, just ahead of Ukraine and Lithuania.
We can see the athletes from Lithuania so tired, gave their all and showed the great racing.
Yeah, lovely grit and determination.
And congratulations to New Zealand, right?
Yeah, New Zealand take the honors. Here are the third placed athletes from Ukraine. Not able to overhaul the Italians, but they did get close on the line. The Italians, I think, went brave in the middle kilometer, but that sprint, that Kiwi sprint, was something to behold here.
Yeah, and I recognize the girl from Italy in bow seat. She was in Poznan World Under-23 Championships, so she did not have a lot of rest in between those races. The 2 World Championships, that's impressive, and great racing from them too.
Gloria Licciardi in the bow seat. As we move to the men's quadruple sculls, the racing coming down thick and fast. I'll give you a quick introduction. Australia next to France in lanes 2 and 1. Lithuania, again a Lithuanian crew here. Belgium, Ireland and Serbia. The crew, as we watch the restart of that race, you can see here the crew from France in lane 1 closest to you. And here are the Lithuanians.
Such a strong start, and so bitter for them, just missing out 0.1 second by 0.1 seconds. The final A, Switzerland punched their ticket, but they were the fastest qualifier, and we can see we hope to see some exciting racing from that crew. They may not be the fastest off the start, but they show a lot of grit. They've worked very hard. Such strong athletes from the same coach as Devila, so I'm familiar with their training plan, and yeah, they've been putting in the work on and off the season. So, but we can see,
yeah, they're approaching the 1500 meter mark already. It's a pretty tightly packed field at the moment, not much separating these crews. It's the Irish, actually, McCarthy, Murphy, Coogan and O'Byrne. O'Byrne in the stroke seat of that Irish crew, trying to get themselves out of the sprint for the line. They're 1.5 seconds up on the Australians, the green and gold, as we ride with the Irish here. Lovely rhythm they're being set. Love the blade work and the way they are moving together.
Very strong, very controlled and composed, I'd say, in this headwind. The catches go right in, no blades flying around. Very nice.
Yeah, it's nice and relaxed, but you can see on the faces, especially of Bill Murphy in the 2-seat, that he is hurting. And here are some of the French crews. I'm sure we'll hear the fans from the Irish anytime soon.
Yeah.
As the Belgians also move back in this. They had a very, well, disappointing semi-final after a technical issue. May have gotten in their heads and spoiled their semi-final. But the Belgians are closing down on the Irish, together with the French and the Aussies.
Yeah, France and Australia just separated by 1 meter, not 2, but very exciting racing. We can even hear the French supporters from our media tent.
Yeah, the French are at 41 strokes a minute on the right-hand side of the picture. They're absolutely going for it. But the Irish still lead this B final, and I think they will cross the line first. They take it up. Fantastic rhythm there from Evan O'Byrne in the stroke seat, cherishing that half-length lead ahead of Belgium. Across the line they go. I think France take a third. Too close to call between Serbia and Australia for the places 4 and 5. 6th, I am pretty confident, was that Lithuanian crew. And again, you can see them here. These are the Irish. It's a job well done. If you're racing a B final, my coach always told me you might as well win it. Here are the Belgians, I think, making amends for that poor semi-final yesterday. And France, here they are, absolutely spent. Wonderful to see how much it means for these athletes.
Yeah, and I think the B final is special in a way because a lot of these athletes have maybe some anger and emotion for not qualifying to the A final, so they just put out a huge fight to push their bow ball in front. And yeah, so a lot of the times we see some exciting racing in the B final. So yeah, but congratulations to Ireland. Very good racing, very tough.
And the Irish, we know they have a wonderful contingent of fans going all around the globe to support their rowers.
Yeah, you won't not notice the Irish supporters. I was walking around and I could see them with their faces painted all over, and it's very fun and exciting to see how much they care about their success.
Yeah, as we move to the next B final, the women's double sculls, I'll just give you a quick lane order. We have Turkey, Australia, Switzerland, Belgium, Italy and South Africa. And here is the Belgian combination of Martina Broska and Eleonore Moons in the stroke seat. As they moved out of the blocks, and that crew is one to watch based on times, one of the quicker boats to qualify for this B final. The Italians pretty evenly matched though for time, and the Belgians probably the favorites to take the win here because they missed the A final by a 0.2 of a second. So like the Lithuanian quads, which we saw a few moments ago, the Belgians were hugely disappointed to miss out on that A final, and they are making amends so far. At 1,000, they have about a canvas of a lead ahead of Italy, Switzerland in third, Australia fourth, South Africa, the combination of Bernard and Xavier. Fifth and sixth is that crew from... I'm actually mistaken. I thought that was South Africa, but actually Turkey is Turkey is sixth at 1,000. And I think there's a wonderful race developing here between Belgium and Italy.
And as well between Australia and South Africa for fourth and fifth.
Yeah, they're basically level at the moment. Switzerland somewhere in between the two front runners, as Belgium and Italy absolutely going for it, and now actually pushing clear water margin now back to Switzerland, and South Africa and Australia going toe-to-toe for the places 4 and 5. The only crew not really able to keep up at the moment, we're just past 7:50 to go, is that crew from Turkey of Sevindik and Kumuk. You can see them, that's the crew in the top of the picture at the moment.
Yeah, we can still hope for a good finish from Turkey. They're in the first lane, so furthest from the supporters and spectators, but they're going to be the first one to see that island on their right. And for me, when I would race here in the first lane, it would be almost a push of motivation, because I know when I see that island, I'm coming in to the final bit of racing. So that sometimes gives you extra speed. But we can still see Belgium dominating this race, but Italy following close behind, only 3 meters difference, still holding their contact.
Yeah, I think the crew from Italy have done well so far, with the two athletes from Belgium doing well, trying to establish themselves with a clear water margin, but at the moment it's not really. They're not really able to do so. It's Martina Broska, who is racing for the Koninklijke Roeiclub in Ghent, and Eleonore Moons from Namur in French, so from the Flemish and French-speaking part of Belgium. This combination is racing hard here. They're almost a full length ahead. They're 7 meters ahead of the Italians, and in double sculls rowing, that's nearly a boat length. You can see it here. The Italians not really able to sustain that pace or answer the question that is being asked to them by the Belgians. Then it's still clear water back to Switzerland, and I'm sure if you're listening to this, you may be able to hear the cowbells in the distance. That's of course one of those other great fans group here on the venue. The Swiss always very present with those cowbells, and the Swiss are in need of a little bit of encouragement though, because the Australians are closing down on them, the South Africans are closing down on them, the Belgians moving out once again. And they are still at a relatively low rate of striking, 33 strokes a minute, but the power is on in that Belgian double. The Italians take it up the reins though. They're slightly higher, but I think if this is their sprint finish, they left it just a little bit too late, because the Belgians are just 2 strokes away from the line. And indeed they do it. It is a win in the B final for Martina Broska and Eleonore Moons. Little bit of celebration there. They're very happy to have taken the win here. The Italians second, third across the line. That was indeed the Swiss combination of Leunig and Ruska, just ahead of South Africa.
Yeah,
ahead the Aussies and Turkey.
Such a competitive field with, I think, 18 boats, right? Something like that. Initial entries. A very, very competitive field.
Yeah, and if the more entries you have, of course, the more races you're doing across the regatta, and many of these crews racing multiple times, especially for the doubles. They went through heats and semi-finals, so this is their 3rd race of the week, where everything needs to be picture perfect to get the best result. As we had a little look at that confirmation of the results, as we move straight to the start once more for the B final of the under-19 men's double sculls. A full complement of crews awaits us at the starting line. We have Australia racing in lane 1, Switzerland lane 2, Bulgaria lane 3, Poland and New Zealand racing lane 4 and 5, and the crew from Great Britain racing in lane number 6. Furthest away from you, closest to us, are the Australians.
Yeah, and we can see that Poland is not starting because I think of medical reasons. Had to pull up the,
Yeah, you're right. They were on the graphic, but the Polish double is not racing due to a medical withdrawal. So you can see here from the picture is an empty lane number 4. And right above that lane 4, that empty lane 4, you can see the Bulgarian combination of Alexander Kirov and Valentin Andonov, who are leading this B final at the moment, nearly a full length ahead of the Swiss to their right.
Yeah, and we hope that the Polish athletes are okay and everything will settle, but we can see some exciting racing. Bulgaria obviously leading this field.
Yeah, if you take a look at that crew from Bulgaria, what is sort of, if you look at the way they're rowing, what stands out to you when they pass 1500?
It just looks powerful. It looks powerful, and they just do a stroke and move straight to the other. There's kind of no pause at the end. They just are pretty fluid. You can see that they're tired from how their body's moving, I'd say, but they remain very powerful through the legs. Whereas I'd say the Swiss are rowing a little bit heavier, maybe almost digging, but it's working for them, you know. Again, this is like rowing. Different rowing techniques were for different people, but yeah, and we can see again Bulgaria very, very close to the buoys, and it's always scary to see that because those buoys are dangerous. You can catch a crab, lose an oar, and yeah, we don't want that in the B final.
Yeah, we saw heartbreak yesterday with the French pair, I think. The women's pair that caught a crab on the line because of one of those boys.
Yeah.
And you need to stay clear of that. Here we have the Swiss combination of Stutthalter and Remy Christ in the stroke seat. And they are closing down on that Bulgarian combination. You can see the
and
power.
Their speed is higher, much higher than the Bulgarians, so we could see some exciting sprint.
Yeah, they are closing down. They're the quickest crew on the water, the Swiss, and they may actually row through the Bulgarians in the final 50 meters of this race. And I think indeed they do that dead level at the moment, but the Swiss just have that little bit more boat speed at the moment. And look at the flying Kiwis outside of the picture, but they'll come into view on the bottom here. But
oh, wow.
Look at the Kiwis go. Fantastic sprint towards the line. I think the Swiss just got it in the end. I think the Swiss were completely unaware of the fast sprinting Kiwis in lane number 5.
Yeah, and something about these lanes that are closer to us, when you're racing, you kind of you might not see who's coming up. So very tactical from the Kiwis. I think they played and raced a very good race, very tactically.
Yeah, and we have confirmation here. The Swiss took the win here, 0.3 of a second ahead of these Kiwis, the combination of Trakai and Lightfoot. And here are the Bulgarians. They led for most of the, like right up until 1800 meters, they were in the lead, but not able to sprint. And I think you were right in calling that they were looking a bit tired from the way they were rowing.
Yeah.
Here's the official confirmation, just 1 second separating 1, 2, and 3. Australia got 4th across the line ahead of Great Britain and Poland for 4, 5, and 6.
And now we're up to women's single sculls. I think such a beautiful boat, so exciting, and we can see that across now. For now, it's between Latvia and Norway, and we can almost think like Latvia knows this course. Evija Freimanė has raced here multiple times in Amber or Regatta, so we can see some exciting racing from her. She's familiar with the course, and she might also know where it feels heavy. You know, like sometimes the course feels heavy for me. Usually this course feels heavy in between 750 meters and 1250. That's like, for me, that's the slowest part of this course, but maybe for her it's different, and she can control it. I think it's also very impressive what the Norwegian single scullers has been showing. She got a very tough semi-final and showed very good grit, but managed to secure her place in the B final, which is still impressive. This is, I think, one of the fewer only boat classes where there was a quarterfinal, right?
Yes, indeed there was. For the singles, we had heats, quarterfinals, and then semi-finals to bring us to the B final here today. And you can see here on the left-hand side of the picture Evija Freimanė from Latvia. Second from the left, and going with her, it is Louise Lange from Norway, who is quite a tall athlete, the Norwegian. You can see them rowing through the picture here. That is Freimanė from Latvia.
Yeah, and her rowing style, and I think her strength is the headwind. Like, she thrives on it. I've raced with her, and she's dominant in that headwind. and she's very physically strong. Having at a such young age, having a sub-7 2K on the erg is impressive. But yeah, we can see a close-up shot of the Slovenian athlete, also very strong and impressive rowing.
Looking at the face of Hanna Indihar here, who is at the moment fifth. The order's not really chopping and changing, and the race for the win will come down to the race between Latvia and Norway. Lange against Freimane. Those two a good length, perhaps a little bit more of clear water ahead of Nielsen, Maise Nielsen from Denmark, who is leading a very tightly packed field from Canada, Moldova and Slovenia at the moment. That's the group of 4 boats on the top of the picture. So you can see the athlete from Canada here, Lucy Hallett. I do like the way she is moving. It looks really dynamic, and the boat doesn't really stop and start here. As you can see, the Danish athlete coming into view, and here is, well, I'm not sure if she's still leading, because we pan out and we see that Lange from Norway has taken the initiative. Please ignore the time she was seeing in the graphics over there. There's not that much time separating these two athletes. The 1 and 2 are separated by less than 2 seconds and still unchanged. Lange still leading Freimane at the moment, with Indihar from Slovenia not really able to get closer to Nielsen from Denmark, who is, well, firmly established, I'd say, in third at the moment. But the 3 crews from Canada, Moldova and Slovenia basically on a line coming into the final 500 meters.
Yeah, and the Norwegian athlete is looking calm, strong against this headwind. She's managing the conditions very, very well, and she's pulling away from Evija Freimane of Latvia. And we can see, I think that's Denmark in third, putting up a good show. And we can see Latvian spectators.
Yeah, she'll get plenty of support. You can see that it's taking quite a lot out of her, racing hard, Freimane, across nearly 1,800 meters. There's 200 meters to go, but a great push here. You can see by the rhythm and the power of Fay-Louise Lange that she's really going for that line. And
Denmark is coming closer to Evija too, closing the gap to 7 meters.
Yeah, it's less than 7 meters. It was a clear water margin, but there's decent overlap between Denmark and Latvia. I think Evija is Freimane of Latvia is really struggling, putting in so much effort in the first half of this race. And Maise Nielsen from Denmark may take advantage of that moment here to get a second place in the B final. There's no doubt about who's going to win it. Fay-Louise Lange, coached by Helge Bjonge, takes the win in the B final.
Yeah, such long and strong strokes, but Denmark pushing her bow ball in front of Evija, who we can see gave it her all. Good job.
Yeah, putting it all.
Oh.
Yeah, there is Freimane collapsed at the start, but there is a rescue crew on her on the way here to get her out of the water as quickly as possible.
Yeah, she probably just gave it her all.
Her head is above the water, so she just gave it her all. And
I think she just let go of her oars or something.
Yeah, and she caught that crab, but the rescue crew is with her. This is Maise Nielsen from Denmark, who produced a good sprint to take second overall. We'll just have the official results. Slightly outside of the picture, but Daniela Plotean from Moldova took fourth. Fifth was Lucy Hallett from Canada. As we see the winner here from Norway. And fifth across the line, that was Hallett. Sixth across the line was Hanna Indihar from Slovenia. As the crews move towards Trakai Castle, we have the lovely backdrop of Trakai Castle here, where the cool-down area for the athletes is. So when they finished racing...
you can see Evia's...
Yeah, you can see she's in the boat, and her single scull has been taken to shore as well. and she'll get a little bit of medical attention to make sure she's all right. But hats off to her. She really raced all out in this.
She put on a really good show, and it's not easy to race today in this championship, to race in the women's single sculls. Again, having probably girls having the most starts out of all the other crews, with quarterfinals in their program. So it's tough. They had heats, 1 day of rest, and then quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals all in just the span of 3 days. So it's a difficult.
Yeah,
difficult race.
It's a tough program for these young athletes. As we just saw the start of the men's single sculls, the B final. We have Georgia, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Switzerland, Czechia, and Slovakia racing in this. I can mention that Sebastiano Vicky, who was also one of the unlucky ones to miss out on an A final by a whisker, he is leading at the moment, and he's doing so with quite a huge margin. You can see the Swiss athlete here, and I love the way he's relaxed. He really there's no extra tension in the shoulders of Sebastiano Vicky.
And he's very, you can see he's controlling the race, you know.
Yeah, and that's especially in singles racing. If you're up and you can see the margin back to Joseph Wellington from Great Britain, it's more than 30 meters, and that allows you to really relax, and you can see everybody coming towards you. So if you need to, you can respond to a charge. But if I were Sebastiano Vicky from Switzerland, I'd probably enjoy these last 200 meters. Sad that we don't see him racing in the A final. I think he's A final material, but yeah, once again, the old adage, if you're in the B final, you might as well win it, goes true for Sebastiano Vicky, and he can just relish these final few strokes. Wellington from Great Britain is pushing on. You have the red boat. You can see a little bit of encouragement here from some of the fans, and the cowbells ring for Vicky. It's 4 lengths of clear water, impressive stuff. He really put out everything here. Good sprint as well coming from Viktor Jurga from Slovakia. He's overhauled Hugo Slanger from the Netherlands, from the Goudse Roei- en Zeilvereniging for third. The Dutchman gets fourth across the line. Fifth is Tomas Kala from Czechia, ahead of Nicolosi Karchilava from Georgia, who will complete the field sixth across the line.
And we can see Sebastian Vicky celebrating. Now we can see the British athlete who also gave his all.
Yeah, that's Joseph Wellington. Third place, Viktor Jurga.
Also very, very good. A very good result. Oh, somebody flipped again.
Oh, yeah, another crew. You can see how much these headwind conditions make that racing just that little bit more, tough for these athletes. It takes, because the racing is slightly longer, because you're racing in these headwind conditions, you're at maximum power for just that little bit longer. And that takes so much out of these athletes. Again, rescue crew is at the location, so we move to the B final of the
and I think they're
men's
rushing to get him out because we have very exciting racing going on in the men's 8B final already. They've crossed halfway point.
Yeah, 3 crews competing here in this B final of the men's 8. Croatia, the USA, and Austria are racing. Great to see a crew from Austria racing. You can see a rerun of the start here. The Croatians closest to you. A good start by all of these crews. From the heats on, I think that was the Thursday, all these crews raced in heats, and we have 6 A finalists and 3 crews in the B final. And it's the crew from Austria who have really taken the bit between their teeth here in this B final. They raced the second heat, the Austrians, and they missed out on a final qualification. because they were down on Germany and Czechia, and they were in the same race as the crew from Croatia, who's also in this B final. But there's about, well, 2/3 of a length at the moment separating Croatia from the USA, sandwiched in between them and the Croatians. The Croatians making a little bit of a move. All these crews high in the rates, so ace racing, we see that high rhythm, and all these crews are at 39 strokes a minute at the moment. Coming into the final 250 meters, still Austria leading.
Yeah, and it's exciting. We have a B final in the men's 8, which just shows how many entries we've had, and it's these type of races that are so exciting, where all boats are together. And in the 8s, the sprint finish can mean everything.
Yeah, it's so fast racing here. 9 entries for this boat class. The Austrians still leading, but the American charge is unfolding. The Americans' quickest boat out on the water. I think they left it just too late. It's still a quarter of a length advantage for the Austrians, and I think they will cling on. Yeah, the American sprint is too little too late. A win for the crew stroked by Paul Oberbauer. Just ahead of the Americans, who take second. So that's 7th place overall for the Austrians, 8th overall for the Americans. And the Croatians, a valiant effort, sees them finish 9th overall.
Yeah, very exciting racing to wrap up the B finals, I think, yeah?
Yeah, so we have a small break with the last of the B finals has been completed. So, but stay with us, because in 3 minutes and 20 seconds we start with the A final of the under-19 women's pair.
And I'm coming upstairs. And I see, bonjour, ça va? Ça va? What is your name? Miriam. Miriam, you are the best fan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here we are, the lineup for the A final of the women's pair. We see the Lithuanians in lane 2, Uzbekistan, lane 3, Romania, lane 4. Here are the Canadians, De La Siga and Rushman. And lane 6, Clara Bernhardt and Esther Schubel from Austria.
Yeah, we can see another Lithuanian crew in this race. Osha Kavalovskaite and Gabija Stashystytė. They've been our sparring partners with my pair partner when we were preparing for World Rowing Under-23 Championships, and these girls have a lot of potential, like very strong. Honestly, rowing less through power, more through their body weight. It has been working for them.
You can see them here poised at the start.
Yeah, but we need to look out for that Uzbeki crew. I'm not very familiar with their speed during training, as we've never sparred with them, but they've been dominant, and it's going to be a very exciting race for them.
You can see here on the picture we have the crew from Uzbekistan racing in the center lanes. Rayon Saturova and Aidana Smetuleva in the stroke seats, is closest to you. That is, well, an interesting combination, and we discussed in the B finals that quite a few crews from Uzbekistan doing really well here at the Under-19 World Championships, and this crew is one to watch. Based on times alone, this crew is probably one of the medal contenders, but at the moment, out of the start, they are trailing a bit. You can see here by the picture, the Uzbekistani pair is the third crew from the right-hand side, and the early quick starters are the crew from Canada with Novella Rushman and Chiara Della Siga in the stroke and bow seat. As you can see them here, together with the Austrians. Also a great showing, and we haven't really mentioned yet, but we will soon, the Romanians, of course, European champions in this boat class, and they mentioned earlier that they are not here for a silver medal. They aim to get the gold here, and that's the only thing that counts. And they weren't really quick based on the semi-finals times, but they weren't pushed in their semi-finals because they were so far ahead. So probably one of the favorites. I think the Canadians have done well to establish themselves at the front of the race early, to be in the mix for the medals, and so far so good, because I think that Canadian Baubel will cross 500 meters gone first.
Yeah, but it's also worth to mention that the Uzbekistan crew, even in their semi-final yesterday, weren't the first ones to cross 500-meter mark and later on push through to win their semi. So I think Lithuania is putting on a really good show. I really want these girls to succeed. I think they're very, very hardworking, very honest. And it's always exciting to see a young crew be so perspective. Also, being a very, very young crew, both 2009, I think. If I'm not mistaken.
You're right. Both 2009 had their birthdays in June and July, and the Lithuanians are doing very well here. They're on the cusp of the podium. They're in fourth at the moment, but they're just they're basically level with Uzbekistan at the moment for that bronze medal.
Away just a little bit.
Yeah, the crew from Uzbekistan finding that sort of mid-race pace. And if you look at the stroke rate from Uzbekistan, they're overrating all the crews present here. The Uzbekistani pairing is sitting at 39 strokes a minute at the moment, and they are rowing back towards the front of the field. The early leaders from Canada still leading at the moment, with the Romanians trailing about a quarter of a length down on them in the silver medal position, and the crew from Austria, Clara Bernhardt and Esther Schubel, trying to keep pace here, but I think the Romanians may go for a little bit of a move, because this is what they did yesterday, using that middle 1,000 to establish themselves at the front of the race. Indeed, from the picture, it looks like they're making a little bit of a move. Denisa Vasilika and Theodora Leacci in the stroke and bow seat respectively, now putting the hammer down.
Yeah, we can see the Canadians being still close. I think maybe keeping contact with Romania, and as I said before, the Uzbeki crew may not be the fastest off the start line, but they sure have established their position right now, and they could be contending to that silver medal and putting Canada in bronze. But the race is not over until it's over, so I think they're in their second half.
Yeah, the Canadians now being pushed back into silver medal position. Two athletes who row at the University of Michigan. They've rowed together here this week, and I think they're stepping it up every day. Because didn't have them noted as one of the medal contenders, but they're still in silver medal position. But the ominous presence from the crew from Uzbekistan is there. I mean, the Romanians are walking away at the moment. They're clear water ahead of the rest of the field, but you can see by the speed of the crew from Uzbekistan that they are really making a good push here to get themselves into silver medal position, and indeed they do. They push the Canadians back now in bronze. Then there's a bit of a gap for the Canadians, so that will give them a little bit of comfort, or at least a degree of comfort, because they're racing hard, but they're still in that bronze medal position ahead of Lithuania, Austria and South Africa.
Yeah, you can see the stroke seed of Uzbekistan just looked over to see where Canada is, and I could tell that she upped the stroke rate because she can see the Canadians walking and she doesn't want to let go of that silver medal.
No, but they'll have to, they have to make a bit of a move. I think the Canadians, it's a crew that is sort of long and strong, a relatively low rate of striking at the moment, at 35, 36 strokes a minute. It's more power rowing, but the Romanians combine the power with a smoothness well above their age category here. They pass 1,500 meters gone. You can see the deficit and the damage they've done to the rest of the crews. It's clear water down to Uzbekistan and the Canadians. And then again, a little bit of a gap and a great tussle between Lithuania and the crew from Austria.
Yeah, Austria and Gabi are putting a really good row. May not be the physically strongest, but very technical, knows how to move that boat. We've raced with them, but let's look at the Uzbeki pulling away from Canada and their speed being the fastest. They've been closing the gap in and out with Romania, but I think Romania is calm and controlling that race right now.
Yeah, off the back of that gold medal at the European Under-19 Championships in Krušvica earlier this season, the Romanians are really taking a big stride towards the gold medal here on the world stage. Here we have the crew from Uzbekistan, a valiant effort, and at times the quickest moving boat out on the water, but I think the base speed of that Romanian pair is just a little bit too much.
Yeah,
it's still clear water.
Meters per stroke, Lithuania is at an impressive 7 meters per stroke, being the only one above 7 meters. So just shows how well they're moving that boat. I'm sorry, I'm favoriting the Lithuanian crew.
It's fair. The Romanians are the form crew here in this A final, the first A final out here on the water in Trakai. And despite a valiant effort, look at the rhythm there from the Uzbekistani crew. They are closing down on the Romanians, but I think the Romanians just taking this in their stride.
Yes.
It's a good length as they approach the line. Romania take the gold ahead of Uzbekistan. There the buzzer goes. So it's a gold medal for Romania. Then it's Uzbekistan across the line. A fantastic performance by that combination. And Canada, a little bit of a surprise to see them, but they have earned it fully. Across the line they go. Bronze medal for the Canadians ahead of the Lithuanians, the Austrians, and I think the last to cross the line, but certainly not least, Potgieter and Van der Breggen from South Africa complete the field. And here, third place to the Canadian combination of De La Siga and Rushman. They take home a bronze medal to Michigan.
Yeah, very exciting racing. I'm very happy for Asha and Gabi. Maybe I can't tell what their emotion is. I can tell they're tired, but I'm very happy for them. 5th in the world is an impressive goal, and shout out to obviously the Uzbeki crew who have been training here, and obviously congratulations to the dominant Romanian crew.
Yeah, with that, we move straight back to the next A final on the course. From the women's pair, we move to the men's pair. As you can see the lineup here, we have Greece in lane 1, Great Britain lane 2, Australia lane 3, Turkey lane 4, Germany lane 5, and the Italians racing lane 6. Here are the Greeks, Andreas Burkas and Alexandros Chachagoustidis. Next to them, Patrick Wild and Alp Karadogan from Great Britain. The Aussies, Jack Hansen, Knarhoy and Lachlan Brown. Here are the crew from Turkey, Muhammed Kilik and Can Yüce. Leander Reinelt and Enzio Flüter from Germany, lane 5. And here are the Italians, Novak Mitrovic and Pietro Blasi.
Great Britain, Australia, Turkey, Germany, Italy. Attention.
And there the buzzer goes. We have a green light. All crews safely out of the blocks. A fast start by the center lanes, Australia and Turkey. Probably the ones to watch here in this A final, being the quickest qualifiers. And the Australians yesterday in the semi-final will have gotten a huge boost of confidence, beating Great Britain to the line and overhauling them in the last 500 meters. Of course, a well-established combination of Hansen, Knarhoy and Lachlan Brown, having raced together for so long. And going with them, though, it is the crew from Great Britain who will take, won't have taken that in their stride. They will have to make, they want to make amends here in the A final. Only surprise here at the moment, the crew from Turkey. You can see here from the picture. Third from the right-hand side. They are trailing slightly, but that is a crew that sort of builds speed into the second half of this race. Not the quickest out of the blocks, but a crew with great pace in that middle 1,000 and last quarter. As we can see, Great Britain and Australia moving towards the front of the field, nearly length, well, almost, well, they are a length ahead of Turkey, but going with them, the German combination of Reinelt and Flüter is probably in bronze medal position at the moment. Approaching the first timing mark, 500 meters gone. The Aussies look so fluid and so relaxed here. Going with them is still that crew from Great Britain, and closest to us, not surprisingly, the Italians right up there in the mix, just a second down on the Australians.
Yeah, but we can see some exciting racing between first, second and third. Again, as you said, we might see Turkey build it up towards the second half, but yeah, it's very close between Australia, Great Britain and Germany, and I think that's the racing that's the most exciting. We can see Turkey steering towards the buoy line again, maybe because of wind.
Yeah, you can see the oar of Can Yüce in the stroke seat of that crew from Turkey, fully across the buoy, and they're, well, I think they're glad not to catch a crab in this situation, and I'm surprised to see them down by clear water at this stage of the race, because in all previous races they were up there, and looking at the speed of the Turkey pair, they aren't as quick as I would expect them to be. So the race out in front, Australia versus Great Britain. It's almost a traditional head-to-head between the Aussies and the Brits. Going with them still is the crew from Germany in third at the moment. And also keep a close eye on that crew from Greece with Burkas and Chachagoustidis. They are a fast finishing pair, so if they remain in the mix in the latter stages of this race, they will feature in the sprint.
Yeah, it's some exciting racing coming from Australia, Great Britain and Germany, but again, Greece is known to have a really good sprint finish, as well as Italy coming very close to Greece. It's hard to... Oh, yeah. Italy's crossed the line fourth. We can see also some exciting finish from them. As we can see, they're kind of climbing up on Germany. But some exciting racing between Australia and Great Britain shown above.
Yeah, and this is the bit where the Australians will try and put a little bit of a margin in the Brits. Yesterday in the semi-final, they rode through very convincingly, and the British weren't able to answer that question, and they had to, well, settle for second place. Hence the lane, hence the reason they're racing in lane number 2. And the Aussies, yeah, looking so strong at the moment. They have about, well, it's just over half a length on the two athletes from St. Paul's School from Great Britain, Patrick Wild and Alp Caradogan, who raced together at school, and it is a fast pair. There was quite a little bit of a buzz going around the boat park about the speed of this GB pair, but at the moment they have to live with that Australian lead by half a length at the moment.
Yeah, and we can see, we can see that the Australian crew is rowing very powerful, like very powerful rowing, working through the water and resting on the recovery, but still being very swift, fast and relaxed. But GB's climbing on them.
Yeah, Great Britain are going for a little bit of a move, and to be fair, they have to. Coach Bobby Thatcher would have instructed them to make sure that they were in the mix, and indeed they do. They close down that Australian lead back to a couple of feet. It's just over 1/10 of a second. Germany, I think, in that bronze medal position, the only crew they have to worry about is that Greek combination we mentioned earlier. But look at that, Great Britain drawing level once more with the Aussies, and the Greeks almost drawing level with the Germans for the bronze. But the race is on for that gold and silver medal. Here we ride with the Germans. You look at the back of Leander Reinhold. He's in that box, and look at the Greek go on top of your picture. The Greeks are moving through, as are the pair from Great Britain. The Aussies now in a reversal of the semi-final yesterday and being asked all the questions by the Brits, and I'm not sure they have the answer at the moment, because the British crew is the quickest boat on the water by a huge margin. Fantastically judged race plan by the British, Patrick Wild, Alp Caradogan, really moving through now and moving out to almost 3/4 of a length with 150 meters to go. They will deliver, the boys from Great Britain, and they'll be so pleased to reverse the result of yesterday's semi-final. And the Aussies not really able to do anything about it. Hansen, Knarhoy and Brown in the stroke seats, well, really struggling. Their silver medal position, but look at the way they're tired. Great Britain absolutely spent. The Aussies may actually come back at them. No, it's too little too late. The British have done enough. They take the win here across the line, fully exhausted. Australia take the silver medal, and the Greeks on the far side rode past the Germans for the bronze medal, and to sheer delight, the young Greek combination take it across the line. Germany fourth, fifth will be the Azzurri from Italy, and sixth is the crew from Turkey. High hopes for them, but they weren't able to deliver in the A final. But what a race by these young Greeks here, and boy are they pleased. I had a pen here somewhere. Fantastic performance by the Greeks, Alexandros Chatsiai Gustidis we're looking at right here with Andreas Burkas, and here are the victorious boys from Great Britain. They delivered when it mattered most.
Yeah. We can see that they just, you know, sometimes, like my coach has said in Poznan, that in the final it just depends on who wants it more, and maybe Britain just wanted it more today.
Yeah, they went for that move just ahead of the 1500 meter mark, but you could see in the last few strokes they were absolutely spent. But it was enough in the end to get the gold medal. So we see the Aussie fans here. Great to see the kangaroo always present at these events. When there are Australians around, you always see the kangaroo. And here's a shot of the grandstand. You can see the crews rowing back towards the boating area after their cool down, which they did in front of Trakai Castle.
Yeah, I think it's an incredible cool-down course. It's very nice that it's kind of separate from the racing course, and yeah.
And here we go to the awards ceremony.
Will be presented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Eva Santo.
You see here the medals will be presented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Eva Santo and Vice President of Lithuanian Rowing Mantas Marčikivičius. On your left.
Medal, Canada.
Here are the bronze medalists from Canada. Kiana de la Siega and Novella Rusman.
And they're gifted this little triangle-looking thing called Splash, and I think it's a very wholesome idea. I'll explain later when the medal.
Winners of the silver medal, Uzbekistan.
And here are the winners of the silver medal. Rayon Saturova and Aidana Smetuleva. Wonderful to see them on the podium. We had high hopes of this crew from Uzbekistan after their performances in the heats and the semi-finals, and they delivered.
Winners of the gold medal and the 2025
But here
World
are the
under-19
world champions in the women's pair, Romania.
Represented by
Teodora Leaci and Denisa Vasilica. I think one of the more mature racing plans. They knew exactly what they were doing, of course, having had so much confidence from the semi-finals, the heats, and of course the European Championships. And they got what they came here for, that gold medal, which they were very confident about, as we hear the Romanian anthem.
Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalist, Canada. Your silver medalist, Uzbekistan. And World Under-19 champions, Romania.
Wonderful pictures here after that Romanian anthem, the first of the day. All these athletes will have their picture taken. And we move to the next A final. It's the A final of the Under-19 Women's 4. And again, after yesterday's semi-finals, 6 crews line up. And all of them have a chance of the medal here. We have the lineup, Poland, Romania, Italy, the United States of America and Great Britain. And winners of this boat class from last year from St. Catherine's are the Romanians. As you can see here, closest to you, the Polish crew, and they are already out of the blocks. A fast start, a bigger boat class, so we expect them to be here very rapid. Here are the Italians, the European champions from Krušvika. And no surprise to see them up at 45 strokes a minute.
Yeah, but USA at 47 right after the start. USA has been dominant, and I think in this championship so far, winning their heats and semifinals, I think.
Yeah, you're right. The American crew probably together with the Italians, the ones to watch. Romania also very rapid in yesterday's semifinals, but the USA pulling athletes from the women's 8 and the women's 4 from last year move into this 4 and have high hopes for a medal. With Claire van Praag in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm at that high rate earlier, and now they've settled in, well, let's say settled in at 39 strokes a minute. So that's one to watch. You can see the Americans third from the left-hand side of the picture here. All these crews still in the mix. A little bit of a steering issue for most of these crews. You can see on the right-hand side the crew from Romania and Italy struggling a little bit to keep that boat straight and through in the line, and as are the Americans, very close to the buoy line at the moment.
I think it might be because of wind. I think because it's honestly very difficult to say, but sometimes you don't expect a gust to come in, and it kind of takes you on the side.
Yeah, it's tricky conditions here on the lake. We have these headwind conditions we mentioned earlier. But sometimes it's and we have that here on in our commentary position as well. You may be able to hear it on the microphone that sometimes there's a little bit of a gust, which might translate to a little bit of crosswind on the course, and that pushes these crews around, and they need to be really sharp to make sure that they don't stray into the lane next to them. But so far so good. All these crews off to a good start, but the best start at the moment, we just passed the first timing mark. Great Britain second from the left hand side of the picture. They were first across the first timing mark, ahead of the USA, Germany, Italy, Romania and Poland, with all these crews within one boat length of each other.
Yeah, and very, very close racing between second, third and fourth. The Italians also showing a very good race. It's almost a race of buckets and non-bucket rig. We have like 3 boats in a bucket rig and 3 boats in, like, let's say a regular rig. But it's gonna be very exciting. I think the USA team has a lot of potential. Some Stanford committees, and yeah. So well, it's very exciting from the Brits for now, holding the highest meters per stroke. Very calm, I'd say. Very, but I think the Italians are surprising me right now the most.
Yeah, the Italians up in the mix. Of course, the Italians in one of the center lanes, the favored center lane. So that means they won their semi-final yesterday. But I think the real race is brought neatly into this picture right here between Great Britain and the USA. The USA, of course, mentioned this earlier with 3 under-19 world champions from the women's 8 in the stern of that pair or that crew. But Great Britain now really making a move. I think the crew from Great Britain. They have a few athletes who were silver medalists last year in the same women's 8. They've moved into this 4, stroked by Amelia Westbrook, and she's setting a really maintainable rhythm at 34 strokes a minute.
Yeah, but we also have to look out for the Romanians, who are coming closer to Germany, who have been holding a medal position. So we might see some exciting racing.
Yeah, you're right. 4 crews now coming towards the front of the race. The outside lanes, Poland and Germany now struggling a bit on, and the Romanians also coming back into this. And like the Romanian pair, which we saw win a gold medal a few moments ago, this Romanian 4 is also here to get a gold medal because they are defending world champions from St. Catherine's last year. It's a new crew though. It's a different lineup from last year, but the Romanians now just outside of the medal in 4th position overall, but just 5 meters down on the Italians who hold on to the bronze medal at the moment.
And I think USA has closed the gap by a lot actually in the 500 meters that we've seen.
Yeah,
It's an exciting race, and Poland I think snatched their spot from Ireland just by like 0.2 something seconds, and showing also very tough racing. But again, the Romanians have impressive sprint finishes, and USA has always showed up in the sweeping boats, so we might see something impressive. And obviously Great Britain dominant.
Yeah, and plenty of power in both the crews from Great Britain and the USA. And you can see, I think the Americans at that slightly higher rate of striking. We saw them yesterday go down the course at 38 strokes a minute for most of the way, whereas the crew from Great Britain slightly lower at 35, 36 strokes a minute. And you can see these 2 crews now putting clear water margin into Italy, and also coming back into this, I think, is the crew from the Germany, not out of it just yet.
Yeah, I would not count Germany out. We've seen some sprint finishes from them. I would say they're still holding contact with Romania. Poland in the far lane a little bit further, but it's an exciting fight. And
yeah, it is indeed. Claire van Praag in the stroke seat of the USA. She's off to Stanford next year, and boy, would she love to go there with a gold medal from Trakai. And at the moment, the USA is moving through Great Britain. There's 4 meters separating. That's a canvas of a lead for the crew from the US of A. The Great Britain not really able to answer that late charge from the Americans. Italy now coming back into this, rowing away from the Romanians as we speak, as we ride here with the crew from Great Britain. Not really able to answer it. They are taking it up the range though. All crews above 40 strokes a minute.
All of them.
Here come Great Britain. Will they have enough in the tank to overhaul the Americans? That would be a fantastic upset if they can overhaul it. It's still the USA on the line. The Great Britain is closing down every single stroke.
We might see
coming down to the wire on the surge. I think it was the United States. They think they got it. I think they're right. The USA take the gold here ahead of Great Britain.
And Italy.
Italy take the bronze ahead of the Romanians and the Germans for 4th and 5th. 6th across the line will be Poland. But look at the American crew. Here are the Great Britain crew. Here are the Italians.
We can see the stroke seat.
Yeah, 3rd place for Marconcini, Orsetti Cassani and Marto Ranova. And here we see a slow motion of that sprint finish with Claire van Praag in the stroke seat, coming across the line, looking for that line in pure desperation. They really went all out. And yeah, this is what it means to them. Pure elation. And yeah, if you've ever raced and you've ever won a rowing race, you're in a world of hurt in the race. But if you take the win, that all evaporates.
It's so worth
instantly.
It. Yeah, once you win that, you can see they're so excited. It just feels, you just feel fresh, you know.
Yeah, and here, yeah, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Tegan Farley, Leah, Nathan, Lauren Dubois, and Claire van Praag from the United States take the win here. Nearly 0.6 of a second ahead of Great Britain for the silver. Bronze goes to Italy as we go to the victory ceremony of the under-19 men's pair. The medals are going to be represented by World Rowing Council member Axel Müller. together with chairman of the National Sports Council, Algirdas Raslanas, who is on the left.
Winners of the bronze
And
medal.
here are the winners of the bronze medal, Greece. Andreas Burkas, together with Alexandros Chachiai-Goustidis. A brilliant race by the young Greeks to get that bronze medal on the line after racing at the under-23s 2 weeks ago. Here are the silver medalists from Australia, Jack Hansen, Knarhoy and Lachlan Brown. And here come the winners of the gold medal and world rowing champions from Great Britain, Patrick Wilde and Alp Karadogan. They delivered when they had to, not in the semi-final, but they did deliver when it mattered most in the A final.
Please join us for the national
As
anthem
we
of Great Britain.
ready ourselves for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalist, Greece.
Huge round of applause for the medalists.
And World Under-19 champions, Great Britain.
Next race on the course, the under-19 men's 4. Four rowers, 4 oars each. And here is the lineup. France, Australia, Germany, Great Britain, Italy and the United States of America. Here are the here is the crew from France with Adam Alhamri in the bow seat. That crew is stroked by Baltasar Mezuki Auguste. Next to them, the green and gold from Australia, Matthias Maloney in the stroke seat, together with his twin Thomas, who is sitting in the 3 seat. Here are the Germans, impressive crew so far, racing in the semi-final and taking the win there, stroked by Jan Lezen. Great Britain, Elam Hughes in the stroke seat. This crew combining athletes from Shipley College, Abington School and St. Edward's School. Here is Italy, Matteo Trevisan in the stroke seat, giving a little tap on his 3-man, Cesare Borlenghi. Here are the United States of America, stroked by Jon Piersma, just outside of the picture here, as we look at George Dolch, William Heaton and Nolan Ham. These are really sort of the moments where you really dial in, get that focus as the umpire calls all these crews to attention.
Yeah.
Germany, Great Britain,
You can see Australia a little bit.
Yeah, the Australians slightly ajar in their lane.
attention,
Here we go, a hotly awaited a final in the men's four. All these crews from yesterday's semi-final in terms of times were really closely matched. I think Great Britain on paper the quickest crew, but we discussed yesterday during the semi-finals that conditions change quite a lot in between races here on the lake. So we'll see what that is worth in the end, as we ride here with the Italians, with Matteo Trevisan in that stroke seat. And look at the Italians at 48 strokes a minute, but matched evenly by the US of A. Right beside them, but it's the crew from Italy together with Great Britain who move out fast, and the crew from Germany slightly outside of their lane. Nothing to panic about, they're still in the mix, but Italy are the early leaders ahead of the rest of the field, and that is something to be expected. But I expect the crew from Great Britain now to make that move and get themselves ahead of the fast-starting Italians.
Yeah, and based on how I'm seeing the stroke seat steering or any seat steering, the wind conditions are probably more difficult than we see them here at the finish line. Probably a little bit of a crosswind from either side, but very, very exciting race.
Yeah, a great race. I think Great Britain got the better of the Italians in yesterday's semi-final, but the Italians still clinging on to that early lead. Germany, after that little bit of a steering wobble in the first few hundred meters, have sort of straightened themselves out again and are now in bronze medal position, but just a whisker ahead of the green and gold from Australia. Here we ride with the crew from Germany. Lovely flowy rhythm here, low in the rate, but they're so nicely together. The blade work so relaxed, so calm, and
it's working for them there.
It's working for them indeed. Yeah, they are a few meters up on the Australians, and outside of the picture, the USA and France are dead level for 5th and 6th at the moment.
But we could also see USA move up. Same goes for France. This is the A final, so everyone's pretty even. It's an exciting race.
Yeah, here are the Australians. A great rhythm there being set by Matthias Maloney in the stroke seat, backed up by his twin brother, together with Maximus Garnett and Agnus Sisolka. They are in a difficult position at the moment. We're approaching halfway, and the Aussies need to make a bit of a move now to remain in a position to sprint for the medals, as Great Britain is now stretching out and is walking away a little bit from the Italians. The Italians now a canvas down on the crew from Great Britain, and Germany still in that bronze medal position. I think the Italians being brave here, going out fast to maybe shake the rest of the field a bit, but the crew from Great Britain isn't fooled. Here we ride with the Americans. John Piersma in that stroke seat. Started rowing at Cincinnati Junior Rowing Club back in 2023, so he's only 2 years in his rowing career, and he's racing at the Under-19 World Championships here for the US of A. The Americans moved into 5th overall behind the Australians, and the crew from Great Britain here looking to relax, looking to breathe a little bit in that middle thousand.
Yeah, we can see the Italians not letting go of their high stroke rate. Another bucket rig.
Yeah.
USA looked strong. I'd say a little bit different rhythm than the Brits here, but the Great Britain athletes are, I'd say, very calm, very collected, but very strong. Through the water, relaxed on the recovery, just what they need, and it's working very well for them.
Yeah, that crew from Great Britain with 2 gold medals from St. Catherine's last year in that, bringing all the experience. Elin Hughes and Edward Bayfield winning last year, and they're looking for a repeat performance on the water here in Trakai as we go to the Germans, still bronze medal position, and the Germans actually again quite close to the buoy line, but they're closing down on the Italian silver medal position at the moment. We're already at 3/4 of the race, 500 meters to go. Great Britain move out clear water ahead of Italy, and then it's Germany, but right behind Germany and Italy there are 2 crews, Australia and the US of A, basically level 4th and 5th. France 6th at the moment.
Yeah, we're gonna see some exciting racing. Italy and Germany almost dead even. I think Italy still has a little bit up, but we can see some exciting racing coming from Australia and USA, which we can see their bow balls coming into frame, which might end up into, they might have a little bit of contact, just barely missing out.
Yeah, they are closing a bit, but the race is on. The crew from Great Britain, Matthew Harris, coaches this crew, and he'll be pleased as punch. 250 meters to go, and it is Great Britain's gold medal at the moment. Italy now pushing again to get that silver medal. Germany trying to take the rate up to 40 strokes a minute in bronze medal position. I think we got our podium right here. The only real question is who's going to get the silver and who's going to get the bronze, because the GB are really flying towards the finish. A fantastic finishing rhythm by Great Britain to get that gold medal. Just 50 meters to go. Germany is charging. I think the Italians have taken it up to well above 40 strokes a minute, but GB, wonderful rhythm from Great Britain. They take the win and the World Championship title here on the lake in Trakai. Italy get the silver medal ahead of Germany, and then I think it is the crew from the USA who edge out the Australians for 4th and 5th. 6 across the line, that will be France. I'll have to look at the confirmation for the 4th and 5th place crews between Australia and the USA. But the medals are quite clear. Here are the bronze medal winners from Germany. A great race by them. I think they maxed out every little bit of performance they had in that crew. And the Italians, racing in that typical Italian style, really went for it and are rewarded with the silver medal. But class of the field, Great Britain take the win here.
Yeah, Italy held off their silver medal, which is exciting. After their women's 4 just won bronze. Dominant, very dominant.
Yeah, and there we have a look at the stroke from Germany, Jan Lesen.
Yeah, and the United States edged down on Australia and took 4th.
Here we see that the first few strokes from that crew from Germany.
Very
see
strong.
how dialed in they all are, with Colin Lieber in that 3 seat looking absolutely laser focused, and just look at the way the GB was even able to raise the rate in the last few 100 meters and take the win by clear water. As we go to the victory ceremony of the women's 4, the medals will be represented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Frida Svensson on your right, together with a member of Lithuanian Rowing Federation Executive Committee Viktoras Peskauskas. And here are the bronze medal winners from Italy: Elisa Marconcini, Matilde Orsetti, Carolina Cassani, and stroke Letizia Martorana. European champions earlier this season and bronze medalists here on the lake in Trakai.
Winners of the silver medal.
Next up, the silver medalist from Great Britain, Sophie Heisman in the bow seat, together with Ottilie Campbell-Reeder, Chloe Hughes and Amelia Westbrook. I love that the last 500 of this women's 4A final, where it was a toe-to-toe between the US and Great Britain.
Yeah, it's great racing.
And here come the under-19 World Rowing Champions from the United States of America.
Represented by Tegan
Tegan Farley getting a medal, Leah Nathan in the 2 seats, Lauren Dubois in the 3 seat, and last but not least, Claire van Praag off to Stanford in the fall, and taking that gold medal to Stanford with her.
Congratulations to all crews. Very exciting racing, especially between silver and gold.
Please join us for the national anthem.
And here is the
of
national
United
anthem
States
of the United
America.
States of America.
Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalist, Italy. Your silver medalist, Great Britain. And your World Under-19 champions, United States of America.
Here they are, the medalists in the Under-19 Women's 4. United States taking a famous victory out here on Lake Galve in Trakai. As they get their pictures taken, we move back to the start for the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. So we move from sweep rowing back to sculling. And again, a final I've been looking forward to because all these crews are so evenly matched in the semi-finals. Great Britain, Romania, Czechia, Poland, Germany and Greece fighting it out for the medals. And just to give you a little bit of perspective, in the semi-finals, 5 of these crews were within 2.5 seconds of each other. Here is a crew from Great Britain, racing in lane number 1, struck by Eleanor Lawrence Preston. Here is the crew from Romania, Seyara Olariu in the stroke seat. You can see here with the physio tape on her right shoulder. Next to them, the crew from Czechia, Anna Hoskova in the stroke seat with the fair hair closest to you. Lane 4, Poland, stroked by Susanna Chaya here with the cap and the lovely ribbons in her hair. Next to Poland, we find the crew from Germany with Elena Schweistal in the stroke seat with the blue physio tape on her arms. Lots of physio tape going around here.
Yes, some put them on their forearms, knees and shoulders.
And here is the crew from Greece with Frideriki Natali in the stroke seat. We're just, and here you can already hear the umpire calling all these crews to attention. And all focus comes back into the boat on that first and all-important stroke of your A final.
Greece, attention.
You can see the ripple going through the sinews of the German 3 seeds, Hanna Frenkler, as they move out of the blocks and have that starting procedure. And here we ride with the Germans. I think one of the crews to watch here, Germany, always a country to watch in the quadruple sculls, whether it be women or men. And they move out quickly together with the rest of the field. Early showings, though, is that crew from Great Britain on the left-hand side of this picture, moving out fast in this opening 30 seconds.
Yeah, we can see some exciting first couple 100 meters.
Yeah, good start by Great Britain and going with them, Czechia and Poland. No surprise to see the centre lanes doing well here. With just under a minute of racing, already crews are coming towards the front of this race. Great Britain now being joined by Czechia and Poland as we get towards that first timing mark, which will give us a picture of how the crews are going in these headwind conditions. A fast bow to row, a quadruple sculls, and all these crews will have been training to absolute perfection. As we see here, the two center lanes, Poland, in terms of time from the semi-finals, evenly matched with the crew from Czechia to their right. You can see a little look to the left from the Polish stroke woman, and Polish crew like a really sort of punchy rhythm.
Yeah, I'd say very strong but punchy rhythm. The stroke rate from here doesn't seem high, but I think they're rating at 36, which in these conditions it's a fair rate. I think we need to keep our eyes out on Germany as well as Romania, who are not as far behind from Germany. We might see some exciting sprint finish, but they're just in their first half, so they're kind of in the open area of the course. There's usually not as many islands around, but once they hit that 1K marker, the islands start kind of shielding them from any crosswind that could happen. But again, I found the 750 to 1250 meter mark, like that 500 meter, to me was always the slowest. I don't know why.
Yeah, and you can see here the crew from Germany, and in the background you see the boating area where all the crews will have launched for their warm-up approximately 45 minutes ago. Germany now coming back into this, but it's still Czechia and Poland. Of course, the Polish crew just outside of this picture, European champions earlier this season. You can see here the crew from Romania. Romania is, of course, always a crew to watch, but this is a new crew, a new lineup from the European Union championships earlier this season. And we haven't really talked about Great Britain here on the left-hand side of your picture. Now on the top of your picture here, but Great Britain also moving out strongly in this first half. We're approaching the 1,000-meter mark.
Yeah,
and Great Britain actually were slightly ahead as Poland are now making a little bit of a move here together with Czechia, and that's the top three. So Great Britain together with Poland and Czechia. Then there's a tiny bit of a gap with Germany sort of sandwiched in between there, poised to make a move towards the medals, but not quite there yet. And Romania, well, slipping back a little bit together with the crew from Greece. That Greek crew, quite a young crew, but and also a new lineup compared to earlier events. And they are currently sixth at the moment. Poland here taking the initiative, and look at them go. They move out to 3/4 of a length ahead of Czechia, and Czechia almost, well, a couple of feet, perhaps nearly a canvas now ahead of Great Britain.
Yeah. But Great Britain did not have the fastest time off in the semis, so it's exciting to see that crew really showing up in the final A. Again, as we said before, the final A is where anything can happen. It's an exciting. Everybody wants it, and like one of our head coaches has said, like it depends on who wants it more.
Yeah, and I love just looking at the crew from Great Britain. I love how in their backswing and the way they move, sort of lock the blades in together. It's a really nice rhythm, and you can see why they are at the front of this race together with Poland and Czechia. So Great Britain now actually slightly ahead of Czechia in that silver medal position, with the European champions from Poland looking loose and well connected at the front end, and that crew from Poland now really moving out to almost a full length ahead of Czechia at the moment. So that's a great position to be in for Poland. Outside of the picture, though, Germany's still lurking there somewhere, trying to get on the podium, but not quite there just yet. And look at the Romanians on the left-hand side of your picture. You're right. They are moving back into this.
Yeah, at one point they were kind of slipping off, but this is the last 500. This is where probably the fastest sprint could happen, and I think Romania is actually going up on Czechia and almost having contact with Great Britain, which is interesting. But Great Britain is rating only 34. Poland, the leader, 36, Romania 37, and Czechia almost high as the highest one with Greece at a 39.
Yeah, here we still have the Polish crew. We're inside the final 250 meters of this race, and behind Poland, the field is getting back together once again. Germany's moving back at it. Romania is making a move, so it's really tight for the minor medals. Poland stretch out even further here.
I think we might see some exciting
water, and look at Germany go here. Great Britain in the race of their lives at the moment. You could see Lily Anderson in the bow seat of that Great Britain quad, looking to her left, knowing she's in a race for the medals. Here is the gold medal position at the moment. Poland trying to fend off a late charge from Czechia.
But we're seeing exciting racing from Germany, and
yeah, Germany closing down on Czechia and Great Britain.
they might just miss it. There's not enough time, I think.
Oh, it's going to be close. Poland take the win here, but it's going to be close for the bronze medal. It's too close to call at the moment, but Poland here, across the line they go. There goes the buzzer. Czechia, I think, for the silver medal, but nothing to split Great Britain and Germany for the bronze medal. One thing is sure, that fifth position goes to Romania, and the Greek combination has sixth overall. But we'll have to wait for official confirmation. We have the time from Poland. The European champions extend a winning streak up until the world stage here. And they cross the line here. We don't have a virtual finishing line here, so we'll have to wait for official. I think they are looking at the finish photo here. So close between Germany. Oh, it was actually quite closer than I thought for the silver medal. Germany also right in the mix there. No, Czechia have provisionally, unofficially, the silver medal goes to Czechia. We're still having to wait for confirmation for the bronze.
And Great Britain.
And it's been given to Great Britain. Lily Anderson, Charlotte van der Wielen, Lauren Kennedy and Eleanor Lawrence Preston take the bronze just ahead, just 0.2 of a second ahead of Germany, who will have to settle for fourth here. And yeah, look at that. You could see Czechia's Anita Surikova raising her oar in pure delight. I'm not sure the quad from Great Britain have reached, have been given the information that they have the bronze medal just yet.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if you look at the times, Czechia and Great Britain have produced the same time.
Yeah, but they've been giving it. It's probably down to
millimeters,
100th or 1,000th of a second. But we'll wait for their official confirmation. We'll get back to you on that. We go to the medal ceremony of the under-19 men's four. Medals will be presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland, together with the President of the Lithuanian Rowing Federation, Mindaugas Griskonis.
Winners of the bronze medal.
And here,
Germany.
first, of course, the winners of the bronze medal, Germany.
Presented by
Nikolai Gablenz, here with the fair hair. Pierre Chorny in the two-seat, together with Colin Lieber in that three-seat, who was really dialed in right from the start. You could see the focus on his face, even behind the shades. And of course, the stroke, Jan Lezen, coached by Fritz Marcinkozak. Here they are.
Winners of the silver
and here
medal,
come the
Italy.
silver medalists from Italy. Gutsy race by Jacopo Capagli, Romeo Scirinzi, Cesare Bolenghi and Matteo Trevisan in the stroke seat. Last to get his medal from Jean-Christophe Roland. And based on the semi-final performance yesterday, I think this was the best result that they could have hoped for. Knowing full well that that other crew from that semi-final, Great Britain, were the ones to beat.
Yeah, but I mean, Great Britain put on a really dominant show, very strong, very collected, and they just controlled the race from the beginning, I'd say. So it's exciting.
And here are the under-19 world champions in the men's four, Great Britain.
Presented by Edward Galler.
Edward Galler in the bow seat, Edward Bayfield in the two-seat, getting his medal right here, together with Isaac Dean and Elam Hughes. who set a phenomenal rhythm all race and even taking it up to well above 40 in the closing stages, just to make sure they pulled out every little bit of performance which was in this crew, and that was a gold medal winning performance. So we go to the anthem of Great Britain.
Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalist, Germany. Your silver medalist, Italy. And your world under-19 champions,
Cheers all round from the fans from Great Britain. And of course also from Germany and Italy. But there can only be one gold medal winning crew, and on the day here, Great Britain delivered. And we move from the men's four. After seeing the women's quadruple sculls just a few moments ago, we move to the men's quadruple sculls.
Yeah, we're gonna see some fast boats, fast racing here. We saw exciting racing in Final B of men's quadruple sculls. And yeah.
And here is the lineup: Slovenia, Poland, Italy, Germany, Romania, and Switzerland. Defending the medal and world champions from last year. And will they make it 3 in a row from Germany? That's the big question going around the boating area this weekend, because Germany won this event in St. Catherine's last year, and following a gold medal performance the year before. Here is Poland, the crew stroked by Timon Konopka. Italy right beside them with Giovanni Paoli. Here are the boys with probably the most pressure on their shoulders from Germany, and Florian Schulze in the stroke seat, checking his oar locks just to be sure they're locked in. And here is Romania, also a very quick crew from the semi-final yesterday, Sebastian Constant Lupu in the stroke seat. And here is Switzerland, cowbell loving Switzerland, with Gabriel Hars just outside of the picture, but stroking that crew, coached by Anna Maria Hallwood-Buol. As the wind again picks up a little bit, and you can see here the focus on that crew from Germany. Niklas Scheer, Oskar Müller, Erik Mengebier, and the aforementioned Florian Schulze in the stroke seat, coached by Erhard Günther. Here are the Azzurri, the Italians. We expect them to lead after the first 100 meters.
Germany, Romania, Switzerland, attention.
And they're off, and Switzerland in the far lane. They were the ones to secure the final spot ahead of Lithuania yesterday in their semis by just 0.1 seconds. So a little bit bittersweet, but for me at least. But yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough semi-finals, and semi-finals, we discussed this yesterday, are probably one of the most important races to get right, because you have everything to lose and an A-final place to gain, as we ride with the Italians, a fast and furious rhythm there being set by Giovanni Paoli in the stroke seat. And well, as expected, here in lane number 3, the Italians lead after the first 100 meters or so. But going with them, Germany with a slightly lower rate of striking, a huge difference in terms of styles. Germany lower in the rate, 37 strokes a minute at the moment. The Italians moving out to almost a canvas lead ahead of Germany. But going with the Italians is that Polish quad as well, Timon Konopka in the stroke seat. And Poland also a crew that's high in the rate. And you can look at the speed. These crews pushing 20 kilometers an hour at the moment. Switzerland, 4th place at the moment, slightly ahead of Romania and Slovenia, as we already are at the first timing mark. 500 meters gone already.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast race. I think the wind has settled a little bit, but in general, strong crews going sub 130 in headwind conditions. Just, yeah, powerful boats. But it's always, for me, it's always awesome to see the high stroke rates from Italy. They've always showed that. I remember racing in Europeans last year in Turkey, and they were going crazy with their stroke rate, but it's working for them now. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish and an exciting race. Usually the finals are considered like you start and you finish. That's all. You just go.
Yeah, go, go, go. And that hallmark of Italian rowing sees them still in the lead ahead of Germany. But you could see on the graphic just a few moments ago that this German quad actually has that slightly higher mid-race pace at the moment. You can see that the time these German athletes are taking to really lock those oar in effectively. And the German bow ball now dead level with the Italians on the surge. The Germans are leading this, coming into 900 meters gone. Germany push through Italy at the moment, going with them. This crew from Romania, we have high hopes from this Romanian crew. Just a second of the time from Germany from the semi-finals yesterday. But in the mix still is that crew from Poland, just outside of the picture a few moments ago. And also still at the front of this race and in a position to go for the medals. Switzerland actually 3rd across the halfway mark.
Yeah, we see also the crew from Slovenia not that far behind, I'd say, but such exciting racing. I'm always looking forward to the Italian sprint finish. That's always exciting to see how much they can get their stroke rate up. But for now, Germany is holding the highest meters per stroke, probably the highest speed too, and just controlling the race. Again, with their lower stroke rate, as we saw even in the women's quadruple sculls, Germany did not tend to touch the higher rates in the middle of the distance. They do have a really good sprint finish, but as for now, they're holding a steady 34. Same goes for Slovenia, but other than from the leaders, Germany is at a 34, while other crews are 37, 38. And again, like whatever works for you, whatever makes your boat move faster. And Germany is almost opening it up to open water, but I think the Italians are just trying their hardest to keep that contact, because I think they know if they lose the contact with Germany, they have Romanians and Switzerland or Poland coming to like closer to them, and you just want to always keep that position and that contact with the lead boat, because it just kind of mentally pushes you forward. But we can see Germans, there's no one like them.
No, the Germans, that base speed in that German quad is something to behold. They were half a kilometer an hour quicker through the third 500 than the Italians. You can see the damage they've done to the rest of the field, pushing out to a clear water margin, and still the quickest boat out on the water. Italy still in that silver medal position and outside of the picture, but a great race from the crew from Switzerland. You could already hear the cowbells as a form of encouragement from the grandstand. Romania about 7 meters down on the bronze medal position. It's Swiss. I think Poland, the European champions from earlier this season, out of a chance to get a medal. Slovenia also not going to feature for the medals. But the big question is, can the Swiss overhaul the Italians? Just 3 meters separating the Swiss. That's a canvas for the Swiss to overhaul the Italians for the silver medal.
I think they're hungry for that medal, and I think for that silver medal, I think they saw that they could be in the A final yesterday, just barely made it their ticket, and now they're just hungry for more.
Oh yes, this is probably the best race from the Swiss we've seen this whole week, and they may even overhaul it. Germany, nobody can touch that German combination of Schulze, Mengebi, Müller and Scheer. They are going to extend the streak. 3 gold medals in a row at U19 level. I think Italians going for another change of gear. They locked it in, that silver medal, but Germany take the win. World champions ahead of Italy, who take the silver. Fabulous race by the Swiss, sees them taking the bronze, and boy are they pleased. I'm not sure they expected they were capable of getting a medal, but they did in the end. Romania crossed the line ahead of the crew from Poland for fourth and fifth, and 6th across the line on the far side. The crew stroked by Jakub Korbar from Slovenia to round off their tournament. But what a race. The Germans, with all that pressure on their shoulders, they delivered. And here are the Swiss.
You can see how much it means to them. I think they didn't expect it either. Barely being in the outside lanes and suddenly being world bronze medalists. It's awesome. And a replay of Germany's dominant race, slow stroke rate. Not that slow, but I mean, compared to other crews, but very powerful rowing. And congratulations to Romania, Poland, and Slovenia for the 8 final finishes.
And here we have another look at them. You can see Miklas Scheer in the bow seat slapping the water and pure delight. Here are the Swiss. Absolute euphoria getting that bronze medal. That may feel like a gold medal for them. As we look at the official results, another World Championship title for Germany in the men's quad. As we go to the under-19 women's quad for the medal ceremony. We'll see Eva Santo, World Rowing Executive Committee member, once again handing out the medals to the athletes, together with the advisor of the Minister of Education, Science and Sport, Kestutis Bartusevicius, who is representing the ministry here on the banks of the Lake Galve in Trakai.
Executive Committee member Eva Santo, accompanied by advisor of Minister of Education, Science and Sport, Kestutis Bartusevicius.
And this was probably one of the closest A finals, but with Great Britain getting the bronze medal. Lily Anderson in the bow seat. Yeah, there's your medal for her. Charlotte van der Wiele in the 2 seat. Lauren Kennedy in the 3 seat, and stroked, of course, by Eleanor Lawrence Preston.
Yeah, basically 3 boats contended 2 silver and bronze medals, and Germany, unfortunately, just missing out.
Just missing out, yeah. Yeah, a fabulous performance by Great Britain. Here are the silver medalists. Anita Sirikova in the bow seat, Terezi Chikankova in the 2 seat, Ella Boldasova in the 3 seat, and Anna Hoskova providing that wonderful rhythm all the way across the lake, narrowly fending off that charge from Great Britain. And I think one of the athletes is missing because she may or may not be receiving a little bit of medical attention.
Yeah, could be.
You could see how much effort it took, the exhaustion on the face of I think they're a complete set.
Winners of the gold medal and the 2025 World Rowing Under-19 champions, Poland!
I think Ella Boldasova actually exhausted, but here are the winners of the gold medal and the under-19 world champions from Poland. Marcelina Skudolarycik, Zuzanna Krolikiewicz, Anna Solarska and Zuzanna Tsaraja. European champions this year, world champions. Oh, yeah. You can see how ecstatic Zuzanna Tsaraja was, and yeah, a perfect season, I think, for her.
We're gonna hear the Polish
join us for the
national anthem for the first time.
Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalist, Great Britain, your silver medalist, Czechia, and your world under-19 champions, Poland.
Next race on the course is the A final of the women's double.
I think one of the most beautiful boat classes, for me at least. Lithuania has been very dominant in this in previous years, as well as in the under-23s.
Yeah, it's a wonderful boat to row, and it's also a very difficult boat to row. You need to be perfectly synchronous. Here is the crew from Ireland, Hendy and Young. Lane 2, Hungary, Dorka Somogi and Maja Stroksmaier. Pashalina Muriatidou and Eleni Diavati from Greece, one to watch. And here from Great Britain, Emily Nicholas and Catherine Gardner, coached by Victoria Spencer. Lane 5, Poland, Natalia Klodulska and Daria Dolna. And from Germany, with Anna Keller and Greta Armort in the stroke seat, so with the fair hair. I think this final, more than any other finals, we're going to see a fantastic head-to-head between Greece and Great Britain in the center lanes.
Greece, Great Britain, Poland, Germany. Attention.
We see a close-up of Greece. We saw a close-up of Greece and stroked Eleni Diavati, who was in World Rowing Under-23 Championships in the single scull, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And she was able to snatch that silver medal, which is very, very impressive, very exciting. That almost 1.5 weeks later, she's here racing in the A final in the women's double sculls, potentially contending to that gold medal.
Yeah, great to see her racing at the under-23s as well, despite being also eligible for the under-19s. Both medalists, Muratidou and Diavati, both medalists in Poznan just a week and a half ago. And that's one to watch for the final here. There's high hopes going for the crew from Great Britain with Nicholas and Gardner. They're a quality combination here, but the fastest start out of the blocks was for the crew from Poland. I think the Polish crew of Kodulska and Dolna.
They just, the strokes, he just caught a crab. And that might have cost Greece to come.
A little bit of a crab, and you can just see how difficult the conditions are here on the lake. You can see that little bit of a ripple here, but I think everybody sort of recovered well.
Yeah, it was a quick and like a swift recovery, but that may have given Greece a boost of confidence to push ahead forward, but still very, very close. And Germany in the far lane, very close.
Yeah, it's Greece ahead of Poland, Germany, Great Britain then in that fourth position, ahead of Hungary, and the Irish combination. Irish here on the left-hand side of the picture, almost nearly 30 meters down already. So I'm afraid we're not going to see the Irish feature for the medals here, but the Greek combination of Muratidou and Diavati making an early move and capitalizing on that little bit of a wobble from the rest of the competition here to move ahead by almost a full length, perhaps even a little bit of clear water now ahead of Great Britain and Poland in silver and bronze medal position, with Germany just outside of the medals at the moment.
But it's a three-boat race for 2 medals, and I'd say if Greece is in front, they're known to just hold. They're known to just hold their spot and sit comfortably in that leader position. We have a close-up of Hungary, who are giving their all and sitting, I'd say, comfortably at 5th, but we could also see them move up. But for now, it's Greece, Great Britain, Poland, and Germany just 3 meters behind. And right now, Poland is rating the lowest at a 32, Germany 34, same for Greece 34, and Great Britain 33.
Yeah, look at the way they're rowing at that
Yeah.
34 strokes a minute. It looks so dynamic, and the way that Greek double is rowing is so impressive. They haven't had much time in this boat class, having raced different events in Poznan, but you can see how well they're gelled together here as Great Britain tries to re-establish contact with the gold medal position from Greece at the moment. 2 seconds down at 1,000. Poland still hanging in there for the bronze. Germany not really getting any closer to the Polish at the moment, and Hungary and Ireland still unchanged. But you can see here on this picture a little bit of choppy conditions here out on Lake Galway, but the Greeks move through that so efficiently, and that boat is absolutely dead level, and Great Britain now almost a length ahead of Poland at the moment. They're pushing 10 meters of a lead ahead of Poland in that bronze medal position. So I think you're right. We're watching at like 4 boats contending for 3 medals, and at the moment Germany is the boat which has the most work to do. Greta Armort and Anna Keller racing from the outside lanes, but still in contact with the Polish bronze medal position at the moment.
Yeah, I'll also keep an eye out for Hungary, who seem to have slight contact with Germany, which is moving up on Poland. So we might have an interesting race here, but I think it's impressive what the British are doing, holding contact with that dominant Greece crew and holding the highest speed for now. But
yeah, the Brits go for a little bit of a change of gear with Emily Nicholas and Catherine Gardner winning a silver medal last year in St. Catherine's in the women's 4 and the women's quad respectively. They tried to chase down Muratidou and Diavati from Greece. Here they are. They actually raced at the Europeans under 19s this season and were European champions. So they've had a little bit of experience racing together, of course, but having raced separate events in Poznan, it's quite a big ask to get back on that level once again.
Yes.
1,500 meters gone. I think Greece responding to that charge from Great Britain, now moving back out to a full length.
Poland also getting ahead of Germany, but we could see a lot of things. But for now, it's very a controlled race. Ireland putting a good fight in the first lane at 39 strokes per minute.
Yeah, Ireland and Hungary on the top part of the picture, going toe-to-toe for places 5 and 6. Germany have to get a move on if they want to be on the podium. I feel the course is running out for them, as is for this crew from Great Britain, because Greece have now stepped it up once again. They have the highest boat speed of the lot, and Germany now slightly quicker than Poland, but I think they left it just a bit too late. The Greeks going for another change of gear. It's fantastic to see that Greek combination really fly down the course. They get great length every single stroke, big power.
Yeah, just through the legs, working together, very, I'd say together and just powerful, but Great Britain is doing awesome.
Yeah, the way they apply the power from the leg drive to the backswing is amazing. And look at here, the Germans, here they go. Greta Armort takes it up. Poland is absolutely fading. Oh, big crab there from the Polish crew.
I think something happened. I just think something happened. Something might have happened, or maybe the stroke seat is just gone.
Yeah, she's absolutely spent. That is so tough for the Polish crew, but they are not going to get on the podium. But the gold medal will go to Muratidou and Diavati from Greece. Clear water margin for the Greeks here. Across the line they go, ahead of the silver medal for Great Britain. Emily Nicholas and Kath Gardner take a silver medal here ahead of the Germans. Anna Keller and Greta Amort. Bronze medal is their share here in the A final, ahead of Hungary, who take fourth. Fifth across the line is the Irish combination of Hendy and Young, and the Polish crew, absolutely spent, will cross the line sixth overall.
So unfortunate for the Polish, but
I think they went all in for that bronze medal, but racing in these headwind conditions, it may have just been a bit too much. Just to make sure everybody's aware that the rescue crew is going towards the Polish double to make sure everyone's all right.
If the stroke seat's okay.
Stroke seat is okay. She's back up again.
But congratulations to Greece, Great Britain, and Germany.
Yeah, great performance all round.
I think that's the beauty of the sport. Like, anything can happen, and unexpected crews may win medals, even with Switzerland barely qualifying to the A final and suddenly winning bronze.
Yeah, here are the world champions from Greece, Paslina Muratidou in the bow seat and Eleni Diavati. Here's confirmation. And this crew, of course, following up a previous gold medal from Gabriela Lioliu and Varvara Likomitru, who we'll see later today, from St. Catherine's last year. We move now to the victory ceremony of the men's quadruple sculls. Axel Müller, the World Rowing Council member, will present the medals, and he will be accompanied by a member of Lithuanian Rowing Federation Executive Committee, Donata Karolina. You can see here on the left, together with Axel Müller on the right.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Here are those surprise bronze medal winners from Switzerland.
Yeah.
Switzerland represented by Konstantin Feuerstein, Matteo Müller, Moritz Petri, and Gabriel Haas, coached by Anna Maria Horwood-Buell. And you can see the tall, strong lads from Switzerland. Probably the surprise of the regatta so far.
Winners of the silver medal.
And here you can hear the cowbells in the background as the silver medalists from Italy come towards the victory pontoon. Elia Bressan, Pietro Zampaglione, Leonardo Bellomo, and strokeman Giovanni Paoli.
Winners of the gold medal in the
and here are the world champions. As we take a look at the Italians, but the world champions from Italy, from Germany, on the podium here. Miklas Schier, together with Oskar Müller, Erik Mengebier, and Florian Schulze, coached by Erhard Günther. And it's 3 in a row for Germany in this boat class at the Under-19 World Rowing Championships. And I think this is the first gold medal for Germany, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we haven't heard.
So we'll go to the anthem of Germany.
Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalists.
Big round of applause for all the medalists, and here the world champions from Germany.
19 champions, Germany.
Together with Italy and Switzerland. Wonderful performance by the Swiss. Didn't expect them to get a medal, but they did. They really took the initiative, and it was rewarded with a bronze medal in the end. As we move to the under-19 men's double sculls, and we have one withdrawal due to medical reasons. We won't see the crew from Hungary, if I'm not mistaken. So 2 rowers. Quickest qualifier were the crew from Ireland. As we'll take a look at the lineup here, we have the Dutch, Willem van den Ehrenbeemt and Koep Koelboer. Together with that crew from Hungary, that's not there, but Germany, Ireland, Greece and Italy are. As we fly with these wonderful pictures from the drone towards the start, we're slightly ahead of schedule. So you see the Dutch here, Willem van den Ehrenbeemt in the bow seat, together with Koep Koelboer. Here are the Germans, Julius Klein and Felix Krones. And they'll probably know that, oh well, they probably know that their teammates have gotten the gold medal here. The Irish, that's Jonah Kirby and Jack Rafferty. Greece race Konstantinos Giannoulis and Iason Mouselimis. And the Azzurri in lane number 3, Eduardo Moncella Primiciero and Gregorio Vasconi.
And it's quite unfortunate because we see the empty lane of Hungary, who did qualify with a good time, I'd say, and a team with a lot of potential. So we hope everything's okay, but
yeah, sad to have them not racing here in the A final, Haidu and Toras, as we look at the Irish. Kirby and Rafferty, off the start they go. Usually when the Irish doubles are racing, it's high rate, high speed all round, and at the end usually there's a medal. Sometimes it's gold, or most times it's gold, but we'll see what these 2 young athletes from Ireland are able to put on the water. Here we ride with the Germans, Krones and Klein. Julius Klein there in the stroke seat, taking them off to a steady 40 strokes a minute. The Netherlands outside of the picture, together with the Irish, the highest rating crews off the blocks. As we take a little bit of a look at the graphic here, and here they are. Germany looking good already, and the Irish going with them, together with Greece, with Giannoulis in the bow seat, Mouselimis in the stroke seat. If I were a betting man, I'd put my money on these 3 crews. I think the Dutch were not able, sadly, because I really want them to be, but the Dutch are not the quickest qualifiers for this A final. I think they did really well to get here, but compared to the other crews, I think it's going to be a tough ask for them to be on the podium. But you never know.
You can see some exciting racing from those like further lanes, but yeah, it's always impressive to see the stroke rate of Ireland. We also know Paul McCarthy and O'Donovan. They always rate very high, and it's always very impressive. So maybe the younger athletes are taking example from a top class crew, and they're still up at 37. But same goes for Greece and Italy. It's gonna be a very interesting final because we have so many high stroke rating teams, except for that German crew who are at a 33. But we've noticed that has been working for the Germans.
Yeah, the juniors from the German squad, all of them are under rating. As we ride with the crew from Greece, Iason Mouselimis in the stroke seat, setting a very comfortable 36 strokes a minute. And his bowman, Konstantinos Giannoulis, actually a world champion from last year in St. Catherine's, but with a different partner. He was racing with Nikolaos Kolopoulos last year, getting a gold medal in St. Catherine's. And they'll be looking to get a medal, preferably gold, but they have to live with that high pace from Jonah Kirby and Jack Rafferty from Ireland. That combination is absolutely flying down the track. Just look at them go. Clear water margin already. We're not even 900 meters into this race. We're approaching halfway, and the Irish already stretching out to a full length of clear water lead ahead of the crew from Greece and Germany.
Very fast crew, very powerful. But so are the Greece. We see a lot of exciting racing from the Greece already. Just before this racing, we saw the dominance of Greece women's double sculls, and that was very interesting to watch. But for now, I think 1, 2, and 3 are pretty much clear, except I'd say look out for 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and here we ride with the Italian combination, outside lane, but not out, well, almost outside of medal contention at the moment, because you can see by the graphic the Italians are trailing the Germans by quite a distance, nearly 20 meters separating those two crews. So that's going to be a tall order for Edoardo Moncello, Primi Cherio and Giorgio Vasconi to get back at the Germans as the Irish continue to stretch out. Look at them go. Jonah Kirby from the Kenmare Rowing Club in the bow seat there. You can see the placing of those blades. It is the reason they row so well, because they place those blades with pinpoint precision in the water every single stroke, and
there's just so much power through the legs. You could see like the acceleration towards the end is so beautiful to watch, so beautiful to see, and they're still at a 37, and they're coming into last little bit. They're coming into the last 500s, and I think they're gonna put on a show too. But yeah, we have Greece pretty far, I'd say, but still very dominant. Second place, and being second in the world is awesome. But then we also have the Germans and Netherlands. Netherlands, I think, beating Italy for now.
Yeah, the Dutch have rode through the Italians. A great second half by Willem van den Ehrenbeemt and Kyle Boer in the stroke seat, but all eyes are drawn to these two. Jack Rafferty in the stroke seat of St. Michael's. He's racing with Jonah Kirby from Kenmare Rowing Club, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, and just look at these boys go. A wonderful performance, perfect synchronicity, and they are making their mark here on the world stage. They were they were bronze medalists at the Europeans earlier this season, but what a fantastic progression they have made as a combination here to win by clear water. I mean, they're not here yet, but they might as well be. They're inside the red buoy area. It's 170 meters still left to row, and they can just relish the last few hundred meters with all the support from the Irish fans along the banks. These boys are going to do it. They're going to get Ireland's first gold medal of this tournament. The Greeks sprinting for what they're worth, but it's clear water, several lengths of clear water, and what a show we're being treated to by the Irish, up at 39 strokes a minute to round off a perfect race here. Absolute imperious form by the Irish from the Emerald Isle. The gold medal is theirs for Jack Rafferty, Jonah Kirby. Well done as the Greeks come across the line. A fantastic performance as well. And a silver medal for Konstantinos Giannoulis and Iason Muselimis. Bronze medal will go to Germany. Julius Klein, Felix Krones, just ahead of the fast-finishing Italians, who were in a fantastic battle with the Dutch, actually. But here are the Irish, and what a medal, what a fantastic gold medal from them, and what a race.
Yeah,
never in doubt.
Yeah, they just kept dominating that course, and even passing through here, where you know it's burning, they kept very calm, very collected, and congratulations to Germany on their third-place finish.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're just outside of my view, but I'm pretty sure we'll have a huge contingent of Irish fans come towards the victory pontoon for that medal ceremony in a few moments' time. But what a race, never in doubt for Jack Rafferty and Yona Kirby.
And this might be the first, not only gold medal, isn't it the first medal for Ireland?
I think you're right, yeah, but what a first medal to get.
Yeah.
Gold medal Ireland, silver medal for Greece, and Germany complete the podium. As we prepare ourselves, because before we go to the next race, and here is that grandstand, you can see the green of the Irish fans right in the middle of that. Here we go for the victory ceremony of the under-19 women's double sculls. We see Frida Svensson, World Rowing Executive Committee member, handing out the medals together with the president of the Lithuanian Rowing Federation, Mindaugas Griskonis.
Winners of the bronze medal,
and the winners
Germany.
of those bronze medals. Again, we'll see the men on the podium as well, but here are is the women's double scull from Germany, Anna Keller and Greta Amort, coached by Björn Luch. They really raced their own race, and with the Polish crew fading so badly, they took that opportunity to get that bronze medal.
Great Britain.
Next on the podium, Great Britain, Emily Nicholas and Catherine Gardner. I think we'll see and hear more about these two athletes from Great Britain in years to come. As you can see, a few fans from Great Britain, but here are the world champions, 2025 under-19 world champions from Greece. Pashalina Muratidou and Elini Diavati. As they get presented their the local mascot Splash, together with their medals. And here they are on the VC,
Please join
the
us for the
victory
national
ceremony
anthem of
pontoon.
Greece.
Here we go for the Greek national anthem.
Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalist, Germany. Your silver medalist, Great Britain. And world
What a
under-19
season it's been
champions,
for these two
Greece.
athletes. Having raced the under-19 European Championships, getting a gold medal there, and splitting into different crews for the under-23s in Poznan, and then coming back into that boat for the World Championships. And here's a very proud fan.
Yeah, I think it's always impressive when we have an under-19 athlete compete at under-23s, and both championships were quite close together, so it's always interesting to see.
Wonderful as we look at the Dutch combination, having had that cool down, going back to the boating area around that sea of fans from nations all around. And we go to the next race of the day. We go to the under-19 women's 8. As we look to that event, we have a fully stacked A final, 6 crews competing.
And what a preliminary race we had. We had 3 boats into 1 second, first 3, and even the 4, 5, and 6 were all close together. So I think we have an exciting final.
Yeah, it's Romania in lane number 1 against Germany, Great Britain, the United States of America, Italy and Australia. You can see the Aussie fans here on the picture on the right-hand side with the green and gold. as we move back to the start towards the Romanians, stroked by Elena Maria Toma and coxed by Stefania Jakril Baikusi. Germany, Joanna Stockbauer in the stroke seat, together with Clara Müller in the coxswain seat. Great Britain, stroked by Lara Bone and Hannah Jacobs in the coxswain seat, and Eve Pinsent in that crew in the 3 seat. And I'm told Matthew Pinsent is here watching his daughter race. The United States of America then, quickly, Catherine Dahl and Stefania McMasters in the stroke and the coxswain seat. As we go to Italy, Giorgia Canale and Laura Bernardiniello. And here is the green and gold from Australia, Florence Hennessy and Melody Yin in the stroke and coxswain seat, coached by Jared Watson. And here is the crew in one of the centre lanes, Great Britain.
Romania,
And of course, we have the full podium of Release the Nations from the podium from last year present here. Last year, USA, Great Britain for the gold, silver and the bronze. And now we go for a rematch. We'll see what they are able to go. And here, not long to attention, a quick start by the umpire and a fast start by all of these crews, and the noise and the coxswain and the oars, and that's all in the mix here. And all the crews off to a good start. Romania, a great start from them. Here are the Azzurri, the Italians. You can see Lara Bernardiello in the stroke seat there, together with Riccardo Doni, who is coxing his crew. The Italians, of course, high up in the rate, and we'll have a look on the with the drone footage here. You can see that the crew from Great Britain, together with Germany, German crew had a fast first 1,000 meters in the preliminary race, and then they faded a bit to be overhauled by the USA. And Great Britain was like that model of consistency all the way around.
Yeah, and I think it's worth to mention that USA were not the first ones off the start. They were actually 5th, held their 5th position all throughout 1500 and managed to finish 2nd. So we might see some exciting finishes in this race. But for now we are having exciting racing from the start. They haven't passed. They're about to pass the first 500-meter marker. So basically the race has just started, but for now the USA seems to be down a little bit, but
yeah, we saw that in the preliminary race as well. The USA not the quickest out of the blocks,
and Australia being first, but just by the cusp of a second. It's so close. It's this racing that I think is the most exciting. But I think from the looks of it, the wind has picked up quite a little bit at the beginning and the first half of the race course, which is natural with it being the most open area of the whole race course. But I think once they hit that 1K marker, they should be a little bit shielded by one of the islands here. But for now, it's an even playing field. But very interesting start from the USA, I'd say.
Here's the crew from Romania. Lots of medals at the Under-19 European Championships in that boat, but it's a new lineup compared to the crew we saw racing in Krušvica earlier this season. They are doing quite well, the Romanians. They're 4th place at the moment, racing from one of the outside lanes, so not the quickest out of the start, but a great showing by the Australians. You mentioned it, and I'm surprised to see them there, to be honest, because they were a few seconds down on the crew from Great Britain and USA and Germany in the preliminary race. And I hope for the Australians this isn't a fly or die scenario for them.
Yeah.
But you have to be at the front of the race to be in the mix for the medals, especially in the eights.
Yeah, especially in the eights. Like you just can't take an off stroke in this race. I think everybody wants it, but I think Australia has actually moved up a little bit, like just by the cusp of a second again. But this is the racing that's the most interesting. I'm awaiting for the famous USA sprint.
Yeah, we expect that big sprint from the Americans, all tall, powerful athletes in that American crew. You can see them, well, that boat having a little bit of a wobble in these headwind conditions, but the Americans have put themselves in a position quite the same as they did in the preliminary race. They're still within 3/4 of a length of the leaders from Australia and Great Britain. Those two, GB and Australia, actually dead level at the moment, coming past 1,250 meters gone. You can see the little marker there on the top hand side of your picture. Romania also still in the mix. Germany doing quite well. I expect the Germans to make a move here to get closer to that GB bow ball, but
it's very hard to call who's gonna get that medal. We're almost at the last 500-meter marker, but they still got some way to go. But USA moving up already.
Yeah, the USA finding that little bit of extra speed in this second half of the race. And we're closing down on that penultimate timing mark at 1,500 meters gone. And look at that American bow ball now moving strongly towards the front of the race. GB at 1,500 in gold medal position, just ahead of the green and gold from Australia.
Oh, I think we're gonna see a lot of kangaroos.
Yeah, we will, because this is a famous race by the Aussies. Have they played a little bit of hide and seek in the preliminary race? We don't know, but they're up there for the medals.
And
here
USA
you
also.
the surge of the American bow. Yes, they are. As they come into that island part, you could see the island sort of moving into the course, and this is where you get a little bit of shelter, and the water sort of eases out.
Italians are coming up.
Yeah, the Italians there. The Italians, of course, European. Most of this crew were European champions in Krušvika earlier this season. I'd be surprised if they get anything other than a bronze medal, but they're really close to it. And the GB trying to fend off that charge from the USA.
And Romania is right up there. We see a GB spectator going crazy, but Australia just so close to that bronze medal going out.
Oh, the Aussies fading badly. That's so sad to see. They were right up into the mix. The big question now is, can GB hold off? You can the charge from the Americans. You can see Hannah Jacobs there motivating her crew. She knows she's in the race of her life. The Americans are charging. The British are flying. The Americans may have left it too late. It's still a quarter of a length, perhaps a third of a length for the GB8. And they may even take it. Yeah, the Americans not really coming any closer to the GB bow ball. And that is a famous victory for Great Britain if they can take it. And indeed they will. Great Britain will take the win ahead of the USA. And outside of the picture bar, completely in bronze medal position, Romania actually crossed the line ahead of Italy, ahead of Germany, and ahead of the crew from Australia. So GB take the win here, world champions, ahead of the USA, who couldn't repeat the performance from the preliminary race and go one better to get the gold.
Still very exciting race.
And an exciting race, and well, Romania more or less outside of our picture, because we were looking at the Italians, but the Romanians absolutely on the charge, moved through and actually relegated the Italian 8 to fifth across the line. It's been given to the German 8, which means the Australians got 6th in the end.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I feel bad for the Aussies. They were so close. But exciting racing from Great Britain, USA, and the sneaky Romanians in the furthest lane from us. Just amazing racing.
Yeah, I think this is the best Romanian sprint we've seen so far, because they really moved up from being at 1,500. The Romanians were 4th by quite a margin, and then they moved into bronze medal position come the finish. And here are the celebrations from Great Britain. Congratulations to them as we move to the medal ceremony of the men's double scull.
President President Jean-Christophe Roland.
The medals presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland, together with the President of the National Olympic Committee of Lithuania, Diana
Winners of the bronze
Vikute.
medal, Germany. Represented
First, the
by
bronze medalist from Germany,
Julius Klein.
Julius Klein and Felix Krones.
Winners of the silver medal, Greece.
And here are
Represented
the
by
silver medalists from Greece,
Konstantinos
Konstantinos Giannoulis, following that gold medal performance last year in St. Catherine's. It's a silver medal here in Trakai, together with Iason Mouselimis, who gets his first medal at under 19 level. And here come the world rowing under 19 world champions from Ireland, from the Emirate. You can hear the cheer on the grandstand. Yona Kirby and Jack Rafferty. And I think this is, well, cause for, well, at least a pint in celebration for the Irish. They'll have a big party celebrating this medal. We go for the national anthem of Ireland. Slightly teary-eyed Jack Rafferty there.
Yeah. It means a lot. I think it's a historical medal, isn't it? For Ireland. I think it's Ireland's first ever men's medal in a under 19 world champ, and what a medal to get. Like, it doesn't get better than this.
It doesn't get any better than this, and
the height difference is also so interesting to see, but
it's quite funny that Julius Klein is actually quite tall, because Klein in German means small.
Yeah.
But he's the tallest athlete on the podium. Here are the very happy Irish fans.
The grandstands are absolutely buzzing, and we can see some happy Irish people. But
Yeah, absolutely chuffed as we move from one of the biggest boats, or the biggest boat, the women's 8, we move to the men's single sculls. Completely different event and a completely new lineup as well, coming from the semi-finals yesterday. We move back to the start. We have the A final here. We have Tony Madigan from the USA, lane 1. Raphael Pinch from Norway, lane 2. Sani single sculler, lane 3, together with Mats Schmid from Germany in the center lane. Paul Schimerl from Austria in lane 5. And Barnabas Koop, the fast finishing Hungarian sculler.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting finish for him. I think the single sculler from Uzbekistan feels some sort of push motivation from the women's pair, where Uzbekistan won silver medal, but he's been dominant, I think.
Yeah.
He's been showing very good racing, but we've also seen different water conditions, so it's whoever manages and controls it the best.
Here's Mats Schmid from Germany, and Austria's Paul Schimerl right beside him. And here is the man with probably the best final 3 strokes of anybody's race.
Yeah, I think
Barnabas Botund Koop from Hungary. And different event, different boat. This is all about racing your own race.
Yeah, it just depends on you. Whereas, you know, like other boats, you have someone to almost lean on or someone to help you, but it's a very interesting boat. I'd say the single sculls. I don't think it's for everyone. You know, it's for everyone that knows how to work with themselves.
You tend to see specialists going into the single because it's the mind game is something else.
Yeah, it's such. We see Norwegian athlete tired, but still persisting in that race. But for now, the German is dominating it. But yeah, some say that going from a faster boat to a slower boat has helped them succeed better. So maybe that's the situation in case for Mads Schmidt, but you never know. The Hungarian, I know he's far, but I really believe in his sprint finishes.
Yeah, but he's a long way down on the medals position. I think that semi-final was perhaps his best race in terms of results.
Yeah.
Because now the level in this A final is slightly higher, and then you can see him sort of struggling to maintain contact with the leading crews. It's still Mats Schmid from Germany, the Potsdamer rowing club athlete, who is leading this chevron formation. And the battle that we all should be looking at is the battle for the silver and the bronze between Schinerel from Austria and Turganov from Uzbekistan. Because back then it's clear water down to the American Tony Madigan in lane number 1, who is going toe-to-toe with Rafael Pinch from Norway. And that's the race for 4th and 5th, with Kup from Hungary currently at 6. But it's difficult to look past the German. He was quickest in terms of times from the semi-finals to qualify for this A final. And has really made this race his own. And now he's in that final stretch, and he knows it's just a minute and 50 seconds perhaps for him to race, and he's got nearly a 3.5 second margin on Turganov, who is now in silver medal position.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the Austrian may show at the final, and for now he's a second down, but we've seen Austrians sprint finish, but for now Austrian is at a 35 and Uzbeki is only at a 34, and Paul Schenel is only building up to it. So, but the German, we've seen some slower stroke rates from the Germans, but not Mads Schmidt. He's at a 38, rating highest out of all the. He just wants that medal, I think.
Yeah. Well, this might be a defensive, preemptive move on his part from Mats Schmid.
Yeah.
Just to make sure he stays out of the charge for the line, because we've seen Turganov race in the heats, the quarterfinals and semifinals. Has a good sprint in his back pocket, and if I were Mats, I'd try to move out that little bit more to make sure you, A, cap off this A final with the best race of your season, and 2, make sure you stay out of the charge for the line, because Turganov is charging. He's not getting any closer, so I think this is a really effective move from the Potsdamer Rowing Club. Skala from Germany.
I think he's even up to 43. I think he's looking at the Uzbeki athlete because he knows about his sprint.
Yeah, and it must feel so good. I mean, he's hurting. The lactic acid will be pouring out of his ears for all these athletes, but the German in particular, having led from start to finish. But he crosses the line now. He's world champion, and a great finishing rhythm also by Hungary again. Fantastic race in the back markers, but I think silver was for Turganov, bronze for Austria's Schimerel. And it's too close to call. Hungary across the line together with Norway and the USA for the minor placings. But yeah, a mature race, a great race. And here is the silver medalist, and coming off all those great performances in the earlier rounds. Fantastic to see Jarno Turganov round off his tournament with a silver medal.
Yeah, same goes for the women's pairs. So 2 silver medals for Uzbekistan. I mean, Kup also, he finished 4th, being 6th, being 13 seconds down, and suddenly finishing 4th. We just saw another great finish from Kup.
Yeah, a great, yes. So moving from 6th at 1500 to 4th at 2000 meters.
Yeah.
You see a replay and look at the margin. That's probably one of the biggest margins we've seen so far. Back to Turgunov, back to Shinnerel for the silver and the bronze. I think Remco Evenepoel has something to say about this victory gesture, but you can see how much it means to the young German. And here it is, the official result, 7:30. Not a fast time, but given these headwind conditions, a 6-second margin is fantastic. We move to the next medal ceremony. We move to the women's eights. We see Axel Müller, World Rowing Council member, handing out the medals once again, together with member of Lithuanian Rowing Federation Executive Committee, Kęstutis Butkus. And he'll be handing out the gifts, which are these really fetching mascots called Splash from the lake here.
Romania.
Bronze medal goes to Romania, represented by Teodora Sandu, Mariana Casu, Iona Cristescu, Angela Kazaciu, Sava Danci, Madalina Dimitru Ursacciuc, Francisca Iulia Stejar, together with stroke woman Elena Maria Toma and Cox Stefania Jakril-Bajski. Coached by Christian Malis to that bronze medal performance. And a great sprint actually to overhaul the German 8. And move to the podium together with the USA, who we'll see in a few moments. The USA, a late charge in that second half, rewarded with a silver medal. Madeline Glover together with Caitlin, here's Madeline Glover, Cesare from Caitlin Cesare, Anna Chichanova, Zara Taylor in the 4 seat, together with Eden Alfie, Alexis Gormley, Catherine Dahl, and stroke woman Stefania McMasters, together with Cox, Avery, Harry Jones. A late charge. The same result in terms of placing from the preliminary race, but they made it a very tense last 500 because we knew they were coming and were going for that gold medal. But in the end, it was not enough for the Americans, sadly, because Great Britain were just too far ahead from, well, basically the first 500 meters onwards. Here are the world champions from Great Britain in the women's 8. Just out of the picture. Charlotte Tong, Iona Haley, Eve Pinsent in the 3 seat, together with Freya Coop. Charlotte Taylor Olbrey in there, in the sort of midship, the powerhouse, with Elania Yap, Lucy Pillar. In that sort of midship, providing the power. Lucy Pillar there, 7th seat. Laura Bone in the stroke seat, together with Hannah Jacobs, coached by Danielle Savdari. And yeah, they kept their heads cool in the final 500 meters, not phased by the late charge from the Americans, and rewarded with that wonderful gold medal. Under 19 World Champions once more. And a little bit of a revenge from last year, where the Americans got the gold medal and Great Britain got silver. Here is the British national anthem.
Give it up for your bronze medalist, Romania. Your silver medalist, USA.
Big round of applause for all the athletes. Great Britain, USA, Romania take the medals home.
Yeah, it's an exciting day for Great Britain. They had so many good racing from the men's pair, the men's 4, now the women's 8, and yeah.
Yeah, and I'm told that the gold medal for that Great Britain men's pair was the first GBR pairs win since 1989. And then it was won by Matthew Pinsent together with Tim Foster.
So such a...
So quite a bit of pedigree in there.
Such a legendary crew to follow up.
Yeah, that's quite a big shoes to fill in the coming years.
And they did.
I'm sure we'll see more of them as we move to what I believe to be the penultimate final of the day.
Before the men's 8, I think.
We go to the A final of the women's single sculls. Again, gladiatorial battle here between Austria's Maria Hauser, I should say, apologies, in lane number 1. Menghang Zhang from the People's Republic of China, now in the center of the picture, racing here, full focus at the start. Next to her from Greece, Favara Likomitru, already a under-23 world champion this year.
Yes, a very dominant person.
Esther Fuerte Cachon from Spain in lane 4. I'm very curious to see what she's able to do, given her performance in the semi-final yesterday. And here, Lithuania.
Yeah, Gabija Stankevičiūtė. My favorite person ever. She was my roommate with Ula too, my pair partner. So it's rooting for her.
She pulled out an amazing performance in the semi-final to qualify for the final.
She's an incredible.
And here together with Irina Batsalai from Ukraine, again a brilliant performance on her part to get into this A final as they're being called to attention. Closest to you, Maria Hauser from Austria.
Yes, the conditions seem a little bit better, but oh my god. So sorry guys, to those watching, I might be talking a lot about Gabija, but she's a phenomenal racer. So much potential in that girl. Very, very excited. She might not be the fastest of the start, but she has so much power, and she just came back from World Under-23 Championships where she raced B final first. They had a very, very amazing race. Me and my pair partner, we watched that race and it was awesome. She gives a lot of motivation, but yes. But probably as expected, the Greece athlete is in front, but Gabi is not far, and the Spanish athlete is...
Yeah, Fuerte Cachon from Spain.
She's out front.
She's gone off out of the start like a rocket. We've seen this before. The semi-finals was exactly the same picture in the first minute or so, with her leading out and opening up to a full length, even a little bit of clear water. The same she's doing now, and she knows she has to be in pole position to fend off Likomitru from Greece, who is a very tough racer across the middle 1,000 and that final bit. So she knows she has to put in a big margin into the Greek athlete to her right immediately.
Yeah, and the Spanish athlete is at a whopping 39 strokes per minute. But here we have a close-up of Gabija. She's taking a bit of a calmer approach to this race, which is understandable in these conditions, but she's going very powerfully, putting her whole body weight on that oar, but she has the Ukrainian to watch out, and Maria Hauser has some good finishes. But the Chinese athlete has been showing a lot of potential throughout the whole races, so I think it's worth to mention that they brought a very, very strong women's singles squad. But
yeah, I think you're right. From the semi-finals, Menghang Zhang from China, the People's Republic of China. She's racing in lane 2, which means she was the second quickest boat to qualify from the semi-finals for this A final, and we were a bit surprised by her performance. A really good racewoman. She managed to sort of stay with the front runners all the way right up until the last quarter, and then she accelerated into that final 500 and got second in the semi-finals to qualify here. She's more or less done the same here as we look at the overhead shot, still with Huerta Cachon from Spain leading. But I have a feeling that Likumitru from Greece is clawing back a little bit of the lead of the Spanish athlete at the moment.
That's what I'm seeing as well. But I mean, the stroke rate of the Spanish athlete at a 36 in the single sculls, all of them sitting at closer 31, 32. Gabita a little bit slower, but she's still very composed, very chill, very strong. But I mean, the Spanish athlete, what she's doing right now is phenomenal.
Yeah, and you can see here now with the village of Trakai as the backdrop. It's still quite a long way to go, but you can see that the conditions here on the lake are quite bumpy, especially in a small boat like the single sculls.
Yes.
It's difficult. It's easy to get a bit unsettled by the waves, but so far so good for Spain and Greece in the gold medal position. Bronze medal position at the moment, difficult to make a proper assessment of that. Here we ride with Maria Hauser from Austria, who might be in bronze medal position at the moment, together with Zhang from the People's Republic
For now,
of China.
I think the Chinese athlete is a little bit, it's very tough to say. They're going back and forth, so bow ball to bow ball. But for now, the Spanish athlete is first, but I think Likumitru is closing that gap. It was at first 11, now only 8 meters behind. So I think Esta is feeling that.
Yeah, I think she is, and it's a 2-second lead at halfway, and I have an inkling that that was more when we passed 500 meters gone, and indeed nearly 1.2 seconds. So you can see that the Likumitru is slowly eating into that early lead of Huerta Cachon from Spain, and this is a thrilling race to watch. You know that Likumitru has the material, the raw material to get the gold medal here, but that early start, that quick start by Esther Huerta Cachon is paying dividends so far. It's about a length, so it's 6 to 7 meters of a lead as we ride here with the home favorite.
Yeah, Gavia, we can see she's in a lot of pain right now, but she's I don't know, to me she's an amazing athlete. So, but we also have the Ukrainian who's showed a lot of potential. And Maria Hauser is out front of the Chinese athlete. But Varvara Likumitru is climbing on top. She's trying to cling on that first place, but I think she might be closing the gap quite a lot. Spanish athlete still the highest stroking rating. But yeah, Gabia is trying her best, but in the headwind conditions, she had some struggles because she's very strong, but she's not as big or tall, so it's a little bit harder for her. But look at this.
And here we see the big push from Likumitru. We've been watching the telemetry, which we have here at our commentary position. We saw that the Greek sculler was going for a bit of a push. You can see here how she's really patient on that front end of the stroke, placing those blades in the water very carefully.
Yeah, she places and then just pushes off, which is giving her like that extra lift.
Yeah.
But so is the Spanish athlete.
Yeah, they're both from a technical point of view. There's not much to notice other than that it's really good single sculling. But that push from Likumitru sees her now moving half a boat length ahead after that fast start from the Spanish. And European bronze medalist Maria Hauser from Austria now putting clear water margin in Zhang from the People's Republic of China. And here is the race between Lithuania and Ukraine for places 5 and 6 at the moment.
Yes.
The drone pictures take us back to the front of the race, where the Greek athlete is still the quickest boat out on the water, but not by much.
No, I think we could also see some sprint from the Spanish athlete, but for now I think Varvara of Greece is holding it out, and Hauser is also pretty comfortably sitting sitting at the 3rd place.
Yeah, she's and here we are with Hauser from Austria. She looks really cool. She keeps a close eye on on Zhang from the People's Republic of China,
Yeah, I think.
as Likumitru moves out to a clear water margin. That's an impressive feat in that last bit of the race to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I think we're in for a good dogfight for 5th and 6th with Irina Batsalai and Gabija Stankevičiūtė. Just 1 meters difference, but for now, Varvara Likumitru is the one to look at, dominating, starting off in 2nd and building off of that. She's so dominant, so strong. But I mean, props to Esther for the dominant first 1K, and Maria Hauser is also in the picture. So
yeah, so here we are, the last few strokes for Vara Likumitru from Greece. She's didn't make it in the most exciting last few 100 meters, moving through decisively just ahead of the 1500 meter mark, and she adds another gold medal to her name. Across the line she goes, gold medal for Greece, silver medal, I think a wonderful silver medal for Spain, for Esther Huerta-Carchon, and a bronze medal for Viking Links athlete Maria Hauser from Austria, ahead of Zhang, Stankevičiūtė and Batsalai from the People's Republic of China, Lithuania and Ukraine respectively. And yeah, you can see how much it means for young Greek athletes.
I mean, think about it, that she had 4 starts in what, like 5 days. It's not easy. And Maria Hauser also very good job on going from 4th to 3rd and closing the gap quite a lot. So props to her.
Yeah, wonderful race. Not the most exciting race, but I think I doff my cap for the Spanish athlete Huerta-Carchon for going out all full tilt and making it an exciting race. But we knew previously that the under 23 world champion from Greece and already well, the world under 19 world champion from last year, Likumitru, was in a great position to get another gold medal, and indeed she did. As we have the... What do you want?
The victory ceremony for the under-19 men's single sculls. The medals will be presented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Eva Santo.
So we go to the victory ceremony of the men's single sculls. World Rowing Executive Committee member Eva Santo hands the medals together with member of the Lithuanian Parliament, Edita Rude-Laine. First medal, bronze medal, Paul Schinerl from Austria. After a European gold medal, he sees his efforts rewarded with a bronze at the world level.
Of the silver
Yeah, I
medal
think
representing Uzbekistan,
he doesn't seem too ecstatic.
No, but he's probably quite tired as well, because he went all in there. And here's the silver medalist, Yamalbek Turganov from Uzbekistan, another silver medal for the Uzbekistan team.
2025 World Rowing Under-19 champion representing Germany, Mats Schmid.
And here is the world champion from Germany, under 19 men's single sculls world champion Mats Schmid from the Potsdam Rowing Club in Germany. And here are some very happy German fans.
Yeah, it's a good gold medal after the men's quadruple sculls for Germany. So, yeah.
Here's the German anthem.
Trakai,
congratulations
give it up for your
to
bronze
all the
medalist,
medalists. It's a tough
your
boat class
silver
to be in,
medalist,
but
Uzbekistan, and
Matt
world
Schmidt,
under-19
Jamalbek
champion,
Turganov, and
Germany.
Paul Schinel did very well.
Yeah, Mats Schmidt celebrating together with the two other medalists. And outside of this camera picture, lovely scenes from the women's single sculls with all the medalists having their picture taken together. As we move towards, well, if I'm not mistaken, the last race of the day.
Yeah.
We go to the men's 8. Always a last one, fast one. And there's plenty of stuff to talk about. We have 6 crews racing here. In lane 1, we have New Zealand. Great to see a Kiwi 8 at the under-19s, together with Romania, Germany, Great Britain, Czechia, and Italy. Here are the Kiwis. Luke Tompkins in the stroke seat, coxed by Elisa Omega. Lane 2, Romania, stroked by David Naharniak and coaxed by Irna Despa. Here is the crew from Great Britain, stroked by Maximilian Gilman and Ella Luch. Oh, that should be, we should be with the German crew. But anyway, we go straight to Czechia. Vit Turlar in the stroke seats, Marketa Buresova in the coxswain seat, and here is the Italian lineup. Matteo Ceccotti in the stroke seat, and Morgana Maroni coxing that crew. And just outside of the picture we had that crew from Germany, but Great Britain stroked by Ivo Monaghan and Felix Jamieson in the coxswain seat, coached by Nicholas Barry Parker.
Yeah, the anticipation before the start is always so interesting to see, and we're up close with the Great Britain crew.
Yeah, and again, Great Britain looking to follow up with another gold medal. They won this event in St. Catherine's last year.
And the women won just now.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
they don't want to come away with anything less than a gold medal. Romanians, second crew from the left-hand side picture. Most of these athletes were fourth at the Europeans earlier this season, but it's a new lineup. And the other crews here, mostly untested. We have the crew from Czechia. That's also a crew combining athletes from different boat classes. But here we are, it's a fast start. And here's a nice few patient strokes from the German under-19 8. You could really see they really took that time to accelerate that boat off the blocks, not sort of overstriding too quickly. And talk about high rates of striking. Romania here, 46 strokes a minute.
New Zealand 47 and Italy 49.
Yeah, that's what we expected. Of course, these crews racing in heats earlier this week, and the center lanes, Germany and Great Britain coming out on top in those two cases. So we'll be looking towards the center lanes here. You can already see the crew from Great Britain having a little march on the rest of the field. Alistair Heathcote in the bow seat of that crew, being the one closest to the finish. As you can see them still settling into that rhythm. And here already moving out to almost a canvas lead to Czechia, which is one down from the leading crew from Great Britain, but also going within the Italians, of course. And the only crew sort of, that's the 1, 2, 3. Germany now moving back into, into contention for the medals. Not very quickly out of the blocks, but that's something we saw earlier in the heats as well. They build their speed into this race with Great Britain really feeling most comfortable with dominating from the start. But Czechia making their life a bit more difficult perhaps than they would like them to be. Just 0.3 of a second separating Czechia from Great Britain. Romania third across 500. And traditionally we would say that in eights racing, if you lead at 500, you lead at the finish. But we've seen that overhauled so many times. You may ask yourself if that's perfectly true. But anyways, Romania here a good crew, a relatively inexperienced crew. I mean, inexperienced in this boat class, having not raced this boat earlier this season, but they've gelled together quite nicely. They're sitting at bronze medal position, and only the Germans, who you can just about see the puddles of the German 8 on the right-hand side of the picture. The Germans, sitting there and now pushing on and actually drawing level with Romania for the bronze medal position. But GB moved out to a clear lead. Czechia, the only crew able to match them at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it's always interesting when they do close-ups of the men's 8 or in general a big boat like the 8. It's always interesting to see what Concept 2 handles they use. All of them might be different, and it's whatever works for them. And yeah, I mean, props to Concept 2 for having such quick service when they need fixing their handles and stuff. And in general, I always tend to look at the different handles they use, because I've noticed a lot of the times the strokes he uses somewhat a different handle than the rest of the crew. But yeah, now we're watching the first 1K, and wow, Czechia.
Yeah, Czechia doing everything they need to stay in contention for that gold medal. Great Britain actually looking quite cool and calm at the moment. We don't have any telemetry, so we can just guess, but it's about a canvas lead for Great Britain, and then behind them Czechia for the silver at the moment, Romania and the crew from Germany. Stroked by Maximilian Gilman, the German crew actually moving now into bronze medal position, just past 1,250 meters.
Yeah, but we can see the margin between the Germans and Romanians. It's just about 1 to 2 meters, so anything could happen. And I think we should also keep our eyes out on the New Zealand crew in the far lane. Italy is quite far from the rest of the field, but I think New Zealand is only 10 meters behind Romania and Germany, which could mean
I think the Italian crew did well to qualify for this A final, and here we ride with the Germans, who are, well, dead level with Romania for that bronze medal at the moment, but all eyes will be drawn to the boys from Great Britain. Felix Jameson from St. Atwood's School, coxing his crew to almost 3/4 of a length now ahead of Czechia, still safe in silver medal position, but the race is on between these two crews, fully in the picture. Romania high in the race, Germany slightly lower, so you would expect the Germans to raise their game in the final 250 meters of this race. And if I were a German coxer, I'd probably motivate them to start sprinting earlier, because we know the Romanians have a fantastic late charge. Here is the crew from Great Britain: Heathcote, Bernard, Robertson, Wolskull, Wenger, Hunt Davis, Conway, Monahan, Jameson, absolutely flying, and the crew from Czechia trying to get closer, but highest boat speed of them all is with Great Britain. Germany now stepping it up in bronze medal position, 2:50 to go.
So dominant. Also, props to Czechia being so close to being so close to Great Britain, but I mean, Germany pushed away from Romania, but we still have a little bit left, but I think they're running out of room.
Ivo Monahan, stroke of that GB8, taking them up the reins. They go for a fast and furious sprint finish to secure their gold medal, and they will enjoy the last few strokes. Here they go across the line. Great Britain take the World Championships in the men's 8 ahead of Czechia for the silver. Famous sprint from the Germans sees them clinching the bronze medal ahead of Romania, who will cross the line 4th. Then it's Italy across the line at just ahead of the Kiwis for 4th and 6th.
Yeah,
and wow, what a race, and a burden lifted from the shoulders from that crew from Great Britain, having to follow up from that performance last year.
We see a close-up of Germans and how much they went out, but wow, amazing racing, very exciting for the Brits. Absolutely dominant in the sweep boats. If you look back, men's pair, women's 4,
men's 4 as well.
Men's 4, yeah. No, sorry, women's four.
Women's four got a silver
yeah,
medal just behind the Americans.
But just dominant when you look at it. But and women's 8 just now, but still.
Yeah, and with that historic win in the men's pair, which has been, well, more than 30 years ago, I think that concludes a very successful campaign here at the Under-19 World Championships here in Trakai, as we see those lovely slow motion pictures. And here are the celebrations. You were looking in to Nicholas Conway in the 7th seat of that crew from GB, I think.
Yeah, so exciting and very close.
Yeah, and what a margin for a men's 8. 3.5 seconds from Great Britain back to Czechia, and more than 5 seconds back to the bronze medal placed crew from Germany. As we move straight back into the action at the victory pontoon, we move to the VC of the victory ceremony, I should say, for the women's single scull. World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland here handing out the bronze medal to Maria Hauser from Austria, together with the chairman of the National Sports Council, Algirdas Razlanas.
Representing Spain, Esther Fuerte-Chacon.
And a fantastic silver medal for Esther Fuerte-Chacon from Spain.
Yeah, awesome first 1K, and just still a dominant race, and obviously the Greece athlete.
Yeah,
the gold medal in the
I think she's very happy with that performance. And here is the world champion from Greece, Varvara Likomitru. A perfect season once again for a Greek athlete. We saw the Greek double also doing so well here, but she's taking home so many gold medals from the international rowing stage as we move to the Greek national anthem.
Yeah, we see Varvara so emotional about that first place win, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, this may be the first medal for Spain. Or
I think it's the first silver medal for sure.
Yeah.
I think we get a little graphic showing the overall results for all the nations. And here a lovely repeat of that wonderful scene we saw earlier with the medalists in the women's single having their picture taken together. And I think everybody really happy with that performance.
yeah, I think so. I think Maria Hauser should be very proud of that bronze medal that she's also sharing with men's single sculls.
It's wonderful to see. A little bit of a tradition in rowing that the winner of the single is hoisted up by the silver and the bronze medalists. And lovely scenes all round. And if you're still with us, don't go anywhere because we still have one victory ceremony to go to. We have a few shots, a few beauty shots from earlier today as we await the victory ceremony of the Under-19 Men's 8, where we'll see Great Britain, Czechia and Germany on the podium. And here I wanted, this was, to me, probably my favorite race of the day.
Yeah, I think so too. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, that Swiss squad coming out of nowhere to clinch that bronze medal.
Yeah, in that 6th lane where you would not expect someone from the 6th lane to show such good time and just out of nowhere.
Yeah, and here's Mats Schmidt from Germany, winner of the gold medal in the men's single.
And here's
the celebrations from the GB men's 8. Yeah, just to come back to that Swiss quad, I think they surprised themselves more than anyone else that they were medal material here at the World Championships in Trakai.
Yeah, but yeah, it was an awesome race to see, and I mean, incredible racing from Czechia, grabbing that silver medal. I think their women's quadruple sculls, if I remember correctly, also snatched that silver medal. So just honestly, a great championship for the Czech Republic.
Yeah, and here we got a few more beauty shots of Trakai Castle. If you're visiting Trakai, yeah, you should go there. It's a wonderful location,
Yeah.
a great museum, and the town is also a very nice place to hang around. And yeah, here is probably one of the most important things aside from the rowing. It's the emotion.
And the supporters.
The supporters
Yeah.
on the banks. As you see the Austrian supporters here, the tricolore from the Italians.
Latvians for Evia probably, but so exciting, and it's always so nice to see the full grandstands.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things from the under-19 championships, whether that be European or World Championships. There's so many fans here from
all over.
All over. You have mums, dads, brothers, sisters, granddad, grandfather, grandmothers. Everybody's going towards these under-19 World Championships to support these young athletes who are starting their international rowing journey here on the lake in Trakai. And I'm sure the names we've been talking about all day, will hear more from them and see them around the international rowing circuit all the way to the Brisbane Olympic Games in 2032.
Yeah, it's always exciting. I feel like in the under-19 level, I think all the parents and relatives are so excited to see their loved ones at that type of level. I think for many, this may be their first World Championship, and in general, you know, it's just exciting. A lot of Lithuanian top athletes started exactly here on this course just many years ago. So, you know, a lot of successful athletes. So maybe this course is somewhat lucky, we can call it, but yeah, it's very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's certainly one to remember. I think for all the crews competing here, not just for the ones who have stood on the podium. Yeah, it's a wonderful venue, right in the middle of these lovely surroundings. You have the castle on one end, but the forest, the hills, it's
the islands and everything. It's truly one of a kind. I really enjoy this course because I feel like the warm-up area is a little bit separate from the course. You're a little bit further, and the cool-down is right by the castle. So I think that's just awesome. And imagine like you're winning a medal and you see a medieval castle while cooling down. Like, what could be better?
Yeah, it's one of the venues of the World Rowing Circuit. It's certainly iconic with this backdrop.
Yeah.
And outside of the picture, whilst we are looking at some fans here, I think this is a fan from Czechia.
Yeah.
There's handshakes going all around here on the victory pontoon with all these crews congratulating each other with a race well done. We see Germans shaking the hands of a few of the British and the athletes from Czechia, and it's just so much respect all around. I mean, on the water, you really want to be the one to win, but off the water, we are the best of friends.
Yeah, exactly. It's also just camaraderie, sportsmanship, you know, like you want your boat to succeed, but you're still humans, people, and friends, and yeah, it's so exciting to see it. Yeah, right by us is the Czech Republic, all happy and excited about their medal. So are the Germans, and obviously the champions, Great Britain.
Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the great things about rowing, that the community is so strong and so vibrant.
Yeah,
and
it's also really tight. We might not be the biggest sport in the world, but you know, like, we're all so close with each other.
Yeah. And then it's great to see all the fans here on the grandstand too. as we see here. This is the village of Trakai, or at least the northern, well, a part of it. As the camera sort of pans on the left-hand side, you can just about see the grandstand as we pan towards Trakai Castle, a historic place. I think it's 14th century.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not also sure, but even if you go into the city, you could find old ruins of it, because it used to be much bigger, but yeah, it's such an iconic landmark, I'd say, and interesting. And in general, Trakai is so special. Like, look at the lakes. Here, you probably see like maybe 4 to 3 different lakes, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
We're just still waiting for the medal ceremony for the last and the most iconic, probably, racing, but yeah, and they will be gifted Splash, which was named by the public. All of the medalists were. And I was talking with the people that created Splash, and I asked why he's a triangle, and they explained that it could be a buoy, it could be it could be put on top of the castle, so it has a lot of meaning. But yeah, we're just waiting for the final medal ceremony and just having a look at the beautiful landscape of Trakai.
The victory ceremony for the under-19 men's
Here we are
eight.
with the victory ceremony of the men's 8, the last of the day, but a special one to round off today's racing.
Yes, last but certainly not least.
Andreas Scheitevich-Kutus.
And here are the medal presenters: Frida Svensson, a World Rowing Executive Committee member, together with the mayor
Winners
of
of
the
the bronze
Trakai
medal,
District Municipality,
Germany.
Andrius Satsevicius. And here
Represented
come
by
the bronze
Konstantin
medalists
Wetzler.
from Germany:
Jörg Reike.
Konstantin
Julius
Wetzler, Georg Rieck,
Jakob Bergman.
Julius Watzer, Jakob Bergman,
Alex
Ian Aderholt,
Moritz
Moritz Bitz, Felix
Seimer.
Seimer, Maximilian Gilman, and
Ella
stroke,
Lutsch.
and coaxed, of course, by Ella Lutsch, coached by Niels Meyer.
Props to them for holding out the Romanians.
Yeah. That
Winners of
was
the silver
Ella
medal,
Lutsch getting her medal. Now we go to the silver medalist from Czechia.
Presented by Antonin Kral.
Here's the bowman,
Peter
Antonin
Italy.
Kral, Peter Mikalczyk, Tadeusz Muk, Thomas
Matthews
Bradak,
Chiniava.
Matus
Jan
Kriňana,
Edward Charlchek.
Jan Vlasnik,
Schuler
Eduard
and Marta
Tilenev,
Borsova.
Vit Trudal, and coaxed by Marketa Buresova.
Winners of the gold medal and the 2025
And here
World
come
Rowing Under
the gold
19
medalists and
champions,
under 19 world
Britain.
champions from Great Britain, represented by Alistair Heathcote
Harry
in the bow
Bernard.
seat, and
Leo Robertson.
in the 2 and 3 seat, Harry Bernard and
Richard
Leo
Wilson.
Robertson, the 2 Hampton boys,
Jasper Wenger.
will be happy to know that a
Luca
very proud
Davis.
Martin Cross is watching them on the live
Nicholas
stream,
Conway.
together with 4 seat
Michael Monaghan.
Richard Wolskill,
And Felix
Gaspard Wenger, Luca Hunt Davis, and that might be a familiar name because Ben Hunt Davis, Olympic rower in Sydney, gold medalist in 2000. Nicholas Conway, Ivo Monaghan in the stroke seat, and last but not least, Felix Jamieson as a cox, who really steered and guided his crew through an amazing A final, leading from pillar to post and getting that gold medal for Great Britain. as we go to the national anthem of Great
Please
Britain.
join us for the national anthem of Great Britain. Trakai, give it up for your bronze medalist, Germany.
Congratulations to all the medalists. Such
Your silver
good
medalist, Czechia.
racing. And, yeah.
And World Under-19 champions.
Yeah, here are all the medalists. Great Britain, Czechia, Germany take home the precious, precious medals, with Great Britain being the ones to get to take home the gold. But I'm impressed by that crew from Czechia as well.
Yeah, I
They really
am too.
made the boys from Great Britain work hard for that gold medal.
And being 3 seconds off the world champions isn't something to not isn't something to be ashamed of. It's very, very impressive. And in general, they don't Czechia isn't one to always win.
No,
Well, yeah.
You're right, and it will be a fantastic silver medal for them to take home to Czechia, and yeah, and that concludes the last victory ceremony of the day, and with that, the Under-19 World Rowing Championships here in Trakai come to an end. We've seen amazing racing from all the athletes, whether that was in the D, the C, the B, or the A final. Brilliant performances all around by all the athletes. And here is the medal standing. Great Britain taking home 4 golds, 2 silvers and a bronze. Greece second place, so you can see it here. And many of these nations taking home a medal. But no surprise to see Great Britain topping the medal table. Great performance by Ireland, getting that gold medal in the double. I really like that race.
Yeah, I also Switzerland. We got to talk about that.
Switzerland too, and yeah, so a big thank you from us here on the side of the lake. A big thank you to the organizing committee and everybody involved in the organization of these wonderful Under-19 World Championships. A big thank you to all the volunteers as well. A big thank you to you, Ugne, as well, for being my co-commentator all day. And next stop for World Rowing are the Senior World Championships in Shanghai. Yeah. But if you don't, well, if you want, there's also European Under-23 World Championships in Rachice in the first week of September. So we might see you there, but safe travels back home. Thank you for listening in, and a big thank you once again from me, Tim van Vliet, and hope to see you soon.